It's 1500 GMT. This is the Pulse on the JoyNews channel, live from our studios here in Accra. Coming up in this bulletin, Court of Appeal judge rules that alleged prejudicial comment by President Akufo-Addo did not influence decision by the High Court to hear the James Quayson trial on a day-to-day basis. We have details as it dismisses the request to put the trial on hold. Also, Supreme Court unanimously dismisses case asking that it stops Parliament from proceeding with its consideration of the anti-gay bill. Now, the office of the Vice President has debunked reports that the Vice President's campaign is being funded by some Islamic group in Nigeria. We have more on this particular story. Now, also, don't patronize unaccredited programs run by some public universities. That's the call from the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission as it emerges that despite concerns raised by the Auditor General, KNUST still has over 360 unaccredited courses, leaving Parliament furious.
Okay, so
my question was simple.
Specifically about the diploma programs, the majority of diploma programs in the university are no longer on offer. We have phased them out, and so we do not offer those programs.
The universities say the situation is beyond them, but the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission says the excuse is untenable. Now, we'll be getting into details of all of these stories and more here on The Pulse. We're live around the world on myjoyonline.com, on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV on channel 125. My name is Samuel Kojo Brace. It's an honor to serve you with The Pulse. Now, the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament is unhappy with the continuous running of unaccredited programs by almost all public universities. As of today, the Quorum University of Science and Technology has over 300 programs yet to be accredited. That's according to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Rita Akosia-Dixon, responding to audit findings before the Public Accounts Committee. Most of the programs are at various stages of accreditation, describing it as an unfair suggestion for such programs to be stopped.
Currently, we have more than 500 programs, and as we speak, we have about over 140 accredited, and some of them at various stages of accreditation. For example, I'm able to report, Honorable Chair, that we've been working very closely with GTech to be able to ensure that these programs are accredited. Currently, as we speak, we have over 100 programs that we are expecting GTech to mobilize and put together faculty to come and review on our campus. Thank you.
Madam, please, the auditors ask that you cease running programs that are not accredited. Have you stopped?
A number of them are re-accreditation programs. So you are running the program, the student gets to third or fourth year, then the accreditation period expires. You don't just, in the middle of it, cease running the program. Honorable Chair.
This is a very serious matter because Parliament was petitioned by some students just about a month ago regarding their eligibility to enter the Ghana School of Law because of matters like this. Accommodation is a problem on campus, and they are struggling to pay. And when they pay and the students are studying the program they are studying, auditors are saying that they are not accredited.
Chair, all the sentiments that have been expressed, we are together on this. A lot of efforts have gone into accreditation. Without regulation,
I think you are defending everything. As a committee, we are not happy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm sorry that you are not happy, but my assurance as Vice Chancellor, we are doing everything we can.
Now, authorities of the University of Ghana say they have taken steps to ensure the accreditation of some of the school's programs listed as unaccredited in the 2021 Auditor General's report. Speaking at the Public Accounts Committee on Tuesday, Registrar Emilia Ejay Mensah said the university has made sure 60 out of 80 undergraduate programs are now accredited. Listen to the interaction between her and the Vice Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, Samuel Atamils.
After we had these audit responses, we've put in place a lot of measures. So, for instance, currently we have a total of 132 programs, or should I say we have a total of 220 programs in the whole university. We have put in place measures to ensure that all of these programs are properly accredited. Currently, we have 132 programs which are fully accredited, Madam, and this cuts across all levels.
Madam, I'm sorry that I may come across as being rude, but I'm asking a specific question. But you want to give me a PhD thesis out here. 2021, the auditors came in for the undergraduate programs. 80 of them were not accredited. I'm interested in that 80 that was not accredited. What have you done about it? The 80 that you were audited and they were not accredited.
Mr. Chairman, what we have done is put in place systems to ensure that all of these 80 programs are properly accredited.
How many of them have you gone to get the accreditation for, the 80?
Mr. Chairman, out of the 80, I would say that currently we have 60 of the undergraduate programs fully accredited, and the rest are in the process of being accredited.
Now let's go to the next one, postgraduate. You had 213 programs that were not accredited.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As part of the process, we have weeded out many programs that were no longer being offered at the University of Ghana. So as I said, we have a total of 220 programs in all. So this figure of 213 postgraduate programs, half of them probably have been taken out because they are no longer offered at the University of Ghana, and the remainder have gone through the accreditation processes or are in the process of going through reaccreditation.
Now let's go to the GTech and speak to Mr. Jinapo, who is with the Commission, and get Professor Jinapo. Professor Ahmed Jinapo is with the Commission. Let's try and get some more details. Now, Prof, I'm grateful to you for joining us here. Now, there should be a resolution to bring confidence in the tertiary institution and the programs they run. Why are we still having issues with regards to programs being accredited?
Well, I think, first of all, the simple question, the simple response to your question is that the institutions are not adhering to what the law is. As you may recall, somewhere last year, we had this conversation surrounding non-accredited programs. We gave the universities the benefit of doubt because of where the commission was coming from relative to the accreditation environment. That being, as you are aware, we used to have what we call the National Accreditation Board, which was responsible for accrediting programs, and the National Council for Tertiary Education, which had oversight when it comes to policy formulation and policy direction relative to tertiary educational delivery. There were some problems, and government, in its wisdom, thought that it was necessary for them two institutions to be merged. So with that measure came into being GTech. GTech has been working with these institutions. And I must say, KUST has been extremely supportive and forthcoming when it comes to adherence to accreditation. I've been working with the Vice Chancellor for all these years, for all these months, to make sure that the backlog has been cleared. And to the best of my knowledge, we've done a lot of clearance when it comes to the backlog. Where we have the problem is that for some reason, institutions have this mentality that when you apply for accreditation, automatically you are going to be granted. So when you apply for accreditation, it does not mean that you are going to get accreditation. And the law is very clear. There's no middle ground. You are either accredited or you are not. It's just like a driver's license. You go for a driver's license, you are issued a driver's license for you to drive, or you don't drive. You cannot be excused on the premise that we've put in the application, the processes are ongoing. That is why we have all these accredited programs. I don't think it's pardonable. It's inexcusable. But this is what the Commission is doing moving forward. The Commission is working as hard as it can to make sure that all programs are accredited. Henceforth, we are going to be publishing in the newspapers, online, all programs and centers that are not accredited. So if, under normal circumstances, you go on our website, the publication of programs that are accredited invariably means that those that are not published are not accredited. But we are taking a step beyond that. All programs that are not accredited and are being run by institutions as evidence on their website, GTech is going to publish them to conscientize the public to be wary of sourcing such programs. Because I think it's becoming too much for us to be going back and forth when it comes to this whole concept or issue of accreditation. Okay. Accreditation is a quality assurance exercise. And what is being done is a peer review exercise. So I do not see why individuals should rush to publish programs that have not been accredited on the assumption that they are going to be accredited. Let me give you a typical example. On this issue of existing programs that are going through the accreditation process, an accreditation letter being issued to an institution is very clear that you are supposed to start the process 1 year before expiration of that program. So I don't think it's excusable for us to say that within the program expires, so what are we going to do with the students? I don't think that's the way we need to go. You need to start ahead of time. And the letter is very clear that you need to start 1 year ahead of the expiration of the program.
But so Prof, on the reaccreditation process, how is that a concern when you've given them the permission to start, but they have to reapply to be reaccredited and they have not been able to do that? How is that a major problem?
It's a major problem, just as I believe probably you have a passport. You're given a passport for a certain period. You use the passport within that period, and when the passport is expired, you go for renewal, just as a driver's license, or even the license that JoyNews is using to operate. You go for renewal because we want to be sure that the infrastructure that you brought in for you to be given accreditation is existent. There are instances that you come in with a number of lecturers, a number of facilities, you run for a period, 3-5 years, we come back and you don't have anything to show for it. So reaccreditation is a necessity when it comes to quality delivery and quality assurance. There's no doubt about it. And I don't think the managers of the institutions are in any way more or less arguing about the need for it. But the issue here is that historically, institutions have not been adhering to the tenets of accreditation. And as I told you, the environment was one that was structured in a manner that whether you are accredited or not, you are not punished for that. But the law is very clear that unaccredited programs come with punitive actions to the extent that managers can be sent to prison. So we would have to crack the whip. And the consequences of non-accreditation within this space currently is that foreign institutions are looking or checking for the accreditation status of programs that are being run, to the extent that, as one of the parliamentarians did indicate, we have instances where people have been denied scholarships or people have been denied admissions because their checks point to the fact that these programs are not accredited. So the onus lies on the managers of the institutions to take accreditation seriously. And as I said, GTech is going to name and shame. We expect that the general public also adhere to our more or less caution. And if you remember, not too long ago, we had an engagement with the media, and we did indicate that in instances where the media facilitates the promotion and propagation of programs that are not accredited, they themselves were for culpable to the law. So it's a collective responsibility, but the onus lies on the managers of the institutions to make sure that the right thing is done.
Is it criminal for an institution to run an unaccredited program?
Article 1023 of the Education Regulatory Act is very clear that anybody who runs, advertise, or calls to be run an unaccredited program faces the chance of being in prison for 15 to 20 years.
Okay. So if that's the case, why aren't managers of these universities who have been found out to be running unaccredited programs facing criminal charges then?
Our aim as a commission is not necessarily to punish. As I did indicate, this whole accreditation culture is one that is evolving, and we are not too quick to apply the law. Our interest, as I've been saying, is that we want there to be quality when it comes to delivery of tertiary education programs, and we don't want students to be shortchanged. It will get to a time that people will have to be punished, but let's get into this dialogue. Let's get a buy-in of the managers. Let them understand and appreciate the importance of accreditation and the consequences that follows without adhering to it. I think that is the first step that we want to establish. The issue of putting people in jail is not what we are. I mean, people have to buy into the whole idea of the need for accreditation. We don't want to be policing people. We want people to understand and appreciate the fact that, look, if you are not accredited, the quality of your program is not assured. That is exactly what we are doing. So I think it's a gradual process.
Yeah. But Prof, how long has that particular law been in existence?
Oh, it was passed in 2020. The law was passed in August 2020. GTech came into being proper in 2021.
Okay.
So we used 2021, 2022 to do more or less a conscientization of the general public. And as I did indicate, look, UJ, UCC, KNUST, the managers of these institutions have been very, very forthcoming and cooperative when it comes to what we've been doing relative to accreditation. But we still have a lot to be done. And I think this idea needs to think. You cannot publish a program on the premise that I have applied for accreditation. If you apply for a job or you apply for admission into a school, there's no guarantee that you are going to be admitted. So if you have applied for accreditation and the process is ongoing, you have no right to more or less advertise or recruit students. And I must say that all those programs that are not accredited for which they are being run, and we have students who are enrolled, I think the schools have to take responsibility for their accreditation in terms of verification by whoever needs those certificates. Last year, we assured students that GTech is the body that has the power and mandate to give accreditation, and by virtue of the uniqueness of the environment as at that time, we're going to take measures to give retrospective accreditation.
Okay.
But that was done in a manner of more or less on good faith, because we were in a certain environment. But if institutions continue to flout the law, institutions continue to do what is wrong, I don't think we are going to bail them out. I think they will have to take responsibility for that.
Yeah, so if we are not interested in making sure that we press criminal charges against...
I didn't say we are not interested. That
Okay.
wasn't what I said.
Okay.
In terms of the enforcement of the law, there are law agencies within the framework of our legal architecture that prosecutes and ensure that the law is adhered to. Of course, we will have to initiate it. Our point is that our interest is for the managers and the stakeholders within the tertiary environment to understand and appreciate and properly situate accreditation within the context of this whole exercise.
Okay.
And one of those has to be the managers of these institutions.
But GTech also sat and watched on for these universities to run these unaccredited programs for all this long before the Auditor General came out. Why did that happen when you were supposed to ensure that things were done in the right way?
So I think probably you did not get the historical perspective that I put relative to this whole discourse. That being, you asked me when has GTech been in existence, and
you mentioned
GTech came into being in 2020 on paper. In reality, in fact, as we speak, GTech is still in transition. And the culture of accreditation prior to the coming into being of GTech could best be described as non-existent. I mean, universities were not more or less subjecting themselves to any regulatory oversight.
But Prof, I am aware that before 2020, there was a commission. Is it a National Tertiary Education Commission?
No, National NAB, National Accreditation Board.
Which was overseeing some of these things. And we had a tertiary commission as well, which was ensuring or regulating the tertiary institutions. So how did this elude us when we had these institutions which were supposed to have done this job?
Yes, so your question in itself is a response to why we are where we are, because National Accreditation Board, as well as the National Council for Tertiary Education, did not have the powers that are vested in GTech today in terms of even sanctioning heads of institutions who do not adhere to the accreditation the accreditation requirements. That was what brought up into being GTech. So NAB by then had the power of accreditation, but it did not have any form of enforcement, what did they call it? So that is why we are where we are. And as you said, why is GTech not punishing these institutions? And my response is that we have had a problem that has festered for all this while. You cannot come and start jailing people or putting people in cells when in actual fact the attitude towards accreditation has been non-existent. So let's work very hard to get the buy-in, let them understand the consequences of non-accreditation. In fact, as I did indicate, we will be publishing in the newspapers programs and centers that are not accredited. I'm tempted to believe, Samuel, that if you see in the publication that BSc Economics at School A is unaccredited, you will not venture to go and apply for that.
Exactly, yes.
So it's a step-by-step process.
All right, Prof.
We are working very hard to get there, but I must say the managers of the institutions have the ultimate responsibility of making sure that the right thing is done.
Prof. I'm so grateful to you for joining us here. Professor Ahmed Abdullahi Janapo is Deputy Director General of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. This is still the pause. Now, let's go to the court now, because the Court of Appeal has, in a unanimous decision, ruled that the alleged prejudicial comment made by President Akufo-Addo at Asen North did not influence the decision of the High Court to hear the James Gyakye Quayson trial on a day-to-day basis. Now, the court has, as a result, given the green light for this mode of trial to continue. The legislature has, in the last few weeks, set in motion multiple legal processes, all in a bid to halt this court schedule. The High Court yesterday opted to proceed with the case despite a pending process at the Court of Appeal on the same matter. Well, the Court of Appeal has ruled that the judge acted within the law. Legal Affairs correspondent Joseph Akable joins us via Zoom with more. Joseph, grateful for joining us here. First, tell us about the legal argument advanced by both sides.
The lawyers for James Gyakye Quayson were concerned. They said that there have been comments that have been made by the president and also the Attorney General and other ministers of state, which they believe lends credence to their fear that there's a predetermined outcome. The conclusion being that James Gyakye Quayson should be jailed at all costs. And they believe that it is the quest to achieve this aim that is what led a request to be made to the court for a day-to-day hearing, and the court granted that request, which they say furthers this particular predetermined agenda. And so they made a strong case urging the court that the court should put the trial at the High Court on hold and determine the appeal, whether there is merit in the request that it varies its decision by the court to operate with this particular mode of court hearing. The Attorney General disagreed strongly and pointed out that those comments were not relevant. Godfrey Yeboah Dame said that what was before the court on the day the court fixed its hearing was a question of when it will hear its case again. And it says every court has the power to determine how to regulate its proceedings. And so it is not within the pleasure of any individual to decide when and how the proceedings should be handled by a court.
Let's now talk about the ruling of the court.
The three-member panel, by unanimous decision, took the view that they had not been convinced that the judge acted in any manner that is contrary to law. They pointed out that there are litany of Supreme Court authorities on this matter, making reference to cases like the Republic versus Eugene Bafo-Boni, and also pointing out that afterwards there have been practice directions that have been issued that permits the court to have a hearing in any manner which is not out of the way. So the day-to-day hearing, they said it's not contrary to that. They again make the point that the comments that were made by the president and also by the Attorney General and other ministers of state were extrajudicial comments. They were out of the court's premises, and they looked at the decision of the court, and the court did not consider those comments in determining how to regulate its proceedings. And so on that basis, the court said it had not been convinced to exercise a discretion to put the trial at the High Court on hold. Samuel.
All right, now let's still stay in court because a 9-member Supreme Court panel presided over by Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu has dismissed the request that it halts Parliament's consideration of the anti-gay bill. The court says it has not been convinced to issue such an order at this stage since the matters raised by will be dealt with in the substantive case. This is in the court's decision, a case filed by a researcher, Dr. Amanda Odoi, who is alleging Parliament's work on the proposed law is in breach of the Constitution. Dr. Odoi's legal team additionally withdrew the case of contempt filed against the Speaker of Parliament. Joseph Akable is still with me. And Blay, tell us about the argument advanced against the bill and why the court was not convinced.
I mean, the main issue they have with this bill is the fact that they say that it's a private member bill and it imposes financial obligations on the state and the consolidated fund for that matter. And so they had filed for an injunction. You remember they had equally cited the Speaker of Parliament for contempt when the court and the Speaker of Parliament directed that the second reading of the bill should take place, even though these processes have been filed. And so when the court sat, the court took the view that, okay, it wants to determine the issue of the injunction first, because it's even the injunction that has been filed that has given rise to this whole issue about whether there's a contempt of court case against the Speaker of Parliament or not. And so the court dealt with the injunction first. And so the motion was moved, and they explained that they believe that because it imposes an obligation in the financial nature on the state, if Parliament is allowed to continue with these processes, then it will mean that once that is done, and the law comes into force and some resources are spent under the bill, and eventually the court agrees with their view, what happens next? Who is supposed to refund to the state the money that the state has spent in executing this particular bill, even though it has now been found to be contrary to law? So that was the argument they made, urging the court to put the matter on hold. But on the other hand, the lawyer for the Speaker of Parliament, Thaddeus Sori, informed the court that the Speaker simply was performing his duties. He had a determination to make on whether this is a bill that imposes financial obligation and has made an invitation ruling and is proceeding with the matter. Again, makes the point that as far as he's concerned, in terms of the concerns that are being raised in this particular legal action, some of them have been raised at the committee level by the Attorney General, and the Attorney General, the committee in its report says that's incorporated those concerns. So he does not think that there is a case to be made against them. And the state attorney who represented the Attorney General also took the same view, but the court, in its conclusion, held that a case has not been made meriting it to exercise this unusual power to injunct Parliament from proceeding with its business. Professor Techiwa Menu is one of the individuals who has been speaking against the bill. She was in court to support this case, and she says she's disappointed by the decision of the courts.
This was always going to be difficult. This is a case of first impression. The courts are usually quite reluctant to interfere in another branch of Parliament. So we're disappointed, but this is not the end of it.
What will be your other options? Because now Parliament has done the second reading.
Yeah, they haven't considered the bill. There is also a substantive matter that we have filed before the Supreme Court. So we'll be waiting for that case to be listed. So we have a substantive The bill has not been passed. So today, all these issues were procedural. It was about the manner in which it was being done. But there are substantive issues about the content of the bill, and we'll get to that later. Excuse me.
Joseph, you're still with me. In the earlier issue concerning James Gyakye Quayson, was he in court himself, and what did he say?
So Mr. Quayson was not present at the Court of Appeal, but subsequently when the trial went over to the High Court, when we resumed the cross-examination of the state's first witness, he was present, and his lawyers have been commenting on the case that happened both at the Court of Appeal and what took place at the High Court today, where they questioned the state's witness on whether, when he petitioned the police to investigate James Gyakye Quayson, whether he attached relevant evidence which formed the basis of this particular prosecution. Abraham Amaliba is Director of Legal of the Opposition NDC.
Today is a baptism of fire for the witness. You notice that today the Attorney General could not help, but had to supplant himself to give evidence. And the evidence of the Attorney General, which is not allowed in court, and that of the witness were in sharp contrast. Indeed, you remember yesterday there was this issue of attached documents. Today, the same matter came up. The witness, in his police statement, indicated that he had attached documents. And so, counsel for Gyakye Quayson requested that the witness produce those documents. However, the Attorney General became uncomfortable and indicated to the court that there were no documents attached at all. So the question now to ask, and I want the media to help me answer the question, between the witness and the Attorney General, who is speaking the truth? It's important. Because this is a discredited witness whose evidence, and you saw that he was evading questions, whose evidence cannot stand the test of time. And yet, you want to put an innocent man behind bars based on this discredited evidence? God is watching.
I mean, at the tail end of proceedings, counsel did indicate that he has filed some process under Article 130 asking for a reference to the Supreme Court. What is the concern with regards to that?
Yes, so we have filed for an interpretation. That's an interpretative issue at the Supreme Court on Article 19 of the Constitution, which has to do with fair trial. And you know, all this brouhaha is about whether the accused person would have fair trial. And so we want the Supreme Court to interpret Article 19. What does fair trial mean? Does it mean the accused person must be coming to court every day? Is that what fair trial means? And who in this country, which accused person in this country has been going to court every day? Indeed, I am informed that Vomawo, the fixed country convener, has pleaded with his court to be trying him every day. And the court said no. So between the person who is going to stage a coup, allegedly, the person who's alleged to wanting to stage a coup, and the person who signed a statutory declaration, who is so dangerous to the country that his trial must be done every day?
I mean, another thing that has been happening outside of here is in Parliament. I mean, clearly no business is happening there. As a party, in terms of the National Democratic Congress, is it a position that the party signs up to completely, that they are behind their members of Parliament continuing to boycott?
We are completely behind our members of Parliament for boycotting sittings anytime this matter is being heard. The reason is that this trial is a persecution. The state is using its power to persecute him. What strength do we have? We have 137 in Parliament. Their 138 are following Mahmoud Bawumia around, so they can't form a quorum. We will use our 137, so we'll use our strength as they are also using their strengths against the MP.
So Joseph, what's next in this case?
And so first, the matter is back in court on the 26th of July at the High Court, where the court would have to answer the question again whether it should put the trial on hold because of this new process that Mr. Maliba made reference to a short while ago that has been filed at the Supreme Court. And so that brings to number two, the process that are at the Supreme Court. Already the one at the High Court is also still there. So the court will once again have to hear legal arguments and determine whether to proceed with the trial or not. And so that will determine what happens going forward, Samuel.
All right, grateful to you. Joseph Akable is our Parliamentary Affairs correspondent. Now, there we knew that there is a relationship between this case and what's happening in Parliament. So let's take you to Parliament now. Majority Chief Whip Frank Anodompre is defending the continuous absence of some of his NPP colleagues from sittings. Despite the NDC's minorities boycott of the House, the NPP side have not been able to marshal all its numbers for critical business leaving the House handicapped. Now, according to Frank Anodompre, there's no parliament in the world where all MPs are present all the time.
If you go to the British Parliament and other jurisdictions that we are seeking to emulate, you don't see all the members of Parliament in the chamber at a point T. I don't know if you can cite an instance where you, unless maybe there are ceremonial occasions that you find a full house. I am proud to say, and I'll say this on behalf of our majority, all the things we want to pass, we've passed them. And we cannot make decisions without our numbers. Important decisions cannot be made without our numbers. Anytime we want to pass stuff, we've got them passed, and we've got our numbers marshal. So that one you have to understand. Besides the point, there are ministers who are also members of Parliament. And we have to be practical here. Sometimes somebody is traveling out of a jurisdiction, there's nothing you can do about it. And if I pick my data now and look at leave of absence that I have a lot, many more members who are on leave of absence. Some on medical grounds, some on official duties. So that one never arises. Your side is empty. You are saying that you are boycotting Parliament. The substance of my case here is that you said, nobody told you to say that. Out of your own volition, Forson said, we are going to boycott Parliament. Is committee meetings not part of Parliament? Is it not? It is. Yes, it is. So who are you deceiving? Forson should come clear on this matter. I think that they should bury their head down in shame. It's a very unpopular decision by the leadership. I know their side is divided about it. Yes, they are divided about it. So if you want to boycott Parliament in its entirety. Don't pick and choose.
Let's do some politics now, because the office of the Vice President has debunked reports that the Vice President's campaign is being funded by some Islamic group in Nigeria. Spokesperson for the Vice President, Dr. Gideon Buaku, says the publication is false, fabricated, and only serves the propaganda purposes of its promoters. Let's share with you the statement that has been released now. It says the attention of the Bawumia campaign team has been drawn to a post by one David Humdeyen, a journalist in Nigeria, that the Bawumia campaign is being funded by some Islamic group in Nigeria called the ACF. We noticed that the same narrative has been copied by some persons and groups in Ghana on social media. This narrative is obviously false, fabricated, and only serves the propaganda purposes of its promoters. For the avoidance of doubt, the Bawumia campaign has no funding or any link with any Islamic group in Nigeria or anywhere else. We also note that the said David Humdeyen has promoted a pension for making similar claims against some persons and groups in Nigeria without any basis whatsoever. The Bawumia campaign is focused and will not be distracted by such vain untruth. The Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has been very diligent and transparent from his days as a scholar, banker, and politician throughout his life, and will not depart from these now and forever, issued by the Communications Directorate. Now, we're joined via Zoom by one of the spokespersons of the Bawumia campaign, Dr. Kabiru Mahama, who is joining us here. Doc, I'm grateful to you for joining us now. How is the campaign team of the VIP taking all of this? Okay, we've also been joined by the head of the Political Science Department at the University of Ghana, Professor Alude Seidu. Prof, I'm grateful for joining us here. What do you make of all of this allegation, and what sort of impact can it have on this campaign process? Prof, kindly unmute so we can hear what you're telling us here. All right, so Professor Alidu Seidu is the head of the Political Science Department of the University of Ghana. Okay, so Prof, I cannot hear you. Hello, Prof. So I wanted to find out from you what you do make of this information that the Vice President's campaign is being funded by an Islamic group. The campaign team have debunked this allegation and saying that they do not have any financial link to any group whatsoever. What do you make of this development, and do you foresee it having any impact on the campaign processes so far? Well, I think we are having some technical challenges. We'll be solving them. But the story is that a Nigerian-based journalist is alleging that the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has his campaign being funded by a Nigerian-based Islamic group. But the Vice President's campaign team has debunked this allegation, saying that they do not have any link to any group whatsoever, and that the Vice President is not ready to break the philosophy that underpins his person. We'll delve into this particular matter into details right after this very short break. We'll be back.
EcoBank salary account, bro. See, with the EcoBank salary account, you will enjoy free life insurance, free debit card, save while you spend, and an amazing chance to double your salary, and even more consolation rewards in the EcoBank double salary promo reloaded.
Guy, this EcoBank salary account sounds interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, but maybe next time, Charlie. You know what? I'll go shine my shoe.
Yo, myself, I'll go check my BP.
We going up, never go down, and we stay fly.
Chairman, you see the white sign it here.
Open an EcoBank salary account today for a lifetime of benefits. You also stand a chance to win more than double your salary in the EcoBank Double Salary Promo Reloaded from now till July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
And the job life regardless.
This promo is under the supervision of the National Lotteries Authority under the Caritas Lottery Platform.
The Pan-African Bank.
Smile, Look lively, okay? Smile, smile. Is the money too small?
A bad stomach ruins your day. Don't let it. Take Gastron, your most effective antacid, for the relief of symptoms of peptic ulcer, heartburn, gas pain, flatulence, and indigestion.
Hey guys, what are you waiting for? Let's go, let's go.
Mwah. Can you bring down the smiles more?
Gastron, effective relief from stomach discomfort. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Daddy, this tank is big!
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow! It has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see F-I-N-T-E-X. Fintech!
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil. Oh.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Welcome back from the break. Now, let's return to our earlier story about the Bawumia campaign allegedly being funded by an Islamic group based in Nigeria. But the campaign team has debunked this allegation. We've been joined on Zoom, via Zoom, by a spokesperson for the Bawumia campaign team, Dr. Kabiru Mahama. We also have Zoom, the head of the political science department at the University of Ghana, Professor Ali Seidu. Prof, I was asking you for your input on this, but once I have the campaign team spokesperson, kindly indulge me. Let me find out from him. Dr. Kabiru Mahama, how is the campaign team taking all of this?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you and to your cherished listeners. If you indulge me, when the information yesterday, I think that the first broach of that information was with me on Metro TV when it was mentioned. Quickly, I disregarded it and I mentioned that the campaign team will not be distracted by such horrible lies, to the effect that such a statement was made against the vice president and by someone who has had the notoriety for making such statements, and the Ghanaian media launching onto that particular story. The spokesperson for the vice president had to issue that statement. That was just to put the matter to rest. That statement for us suffices for any adequate response. The author of that statement on Twitter and those people who are holding on to that statement for us suffices as a response. Aside that, the vice president is focused on the campaign. Certainly, the technologies will always come, but the focus is on winning the NPP promise and winning the election for the NPP and for the people of Ghana, so that the transformational agenda, the vision that was set forward by the vice president when he took his form, and the details of it will be unveiled, will be pursued in its fullness.
So what does the campaign team intend to do about the source of the allegation in trying to clear the name of the vice president?
Of course, Mr. David Ode is noted for such statements, and if you just indulge me, he made a fuss about Mr. Dangote, who is a known business person. Also propaganda, also of lies were peddled about Mr. Dangote. The same gentleman mentioned that Tinubu, the current president of Nigeria, was a drug dealer, and that he had made some money and was arrested by United States authorities for dealing in drugs. That turned out to be falsehood. Again, recently, the same person is making allegation that Mr. Tinubu has a Guinean passport or is a citizen of Guinea. And that same story is also not true. The notoriety of the gentleman in propagating was also highlighted when his account was even blocked by Twitter for consistently pushing propaganda, anti-government propaganda. It is only someone who is obsessively delusional who will believe in the story being put out by the gentleman. Of course, we are in free democracy we're in a democracy where freedom of speech has to be respected. But we tolerate such views, Much more bigger things have been said about the vice president. The vice president was recently looted or being projected as someone holding the British passport. I mean, we will just dispel those rumors, continue with the campaign, but the vice president team do not intend to do anything aside clarifying this. Anyone with extra information, if you feel like the vice president is actually engaged in campaign funding from inappropriate sources, illegal sources, you have the recourse to the courtroom to prove that. Okay? And the vice president is a law-abiding citizen. He doesn't intend to engage in any campaign funding. That is not in consonance with the laid-down rules of the, laid-down laws of the country. So that is just the position. We are not moved. We are not disturbed by this negative propaganda. It will come. Many or more of such will come. But the most important thing is the focus. The team will be focused, the vice president will be focused, the campaign will be pursued. And you know, all these things are coming because of the traction the campaign is gathering. Earlier on, other candidates were on the field, having a field day during their campaign. The vice president was occupied with the business of the state, and he had his accommodating leave, and he used that to start his campaign. But when the campaign is traction, you will expect this distraction to come. For us, the vice president is focused, and we will do the campaign clean. Campaign will not tell lies on anyone, and will not actually also allow any lies peddling on the vice president to fester. We will respond when but most of these lies will just disregard and continue with the campaign.
Kindly stay with me. Let me bring in the head of the Political Science Department at the University of Ghana, Professor Ali Dusedu. Prof, what do you make of this, and will it have any impact whatsoever on this campaign?
Good evening to you and to your viewers. I think Dr. Kabiru and then the campaign of the Vice President has made it clear that this is not true. And the fact that the person who has raised the allegation has a lot of credibility deficit. He has been doing that. So basically, on the value of the arguments from the Vice President's camp, this is not true. But assuming it is true, what are the implications? We all know that during election periods like this, there are a lot of people looking out. So let me put it this way. Election presents an opportunity for investment. Transnational corporations, multinational corporations, governments of developing countries, individuals, even organized crimes group always look out for opportunities like this to be able to position themselves for favor and due favor when that particular candidate is elected. So if this was to be true, the implication would have been that it could lead to a serious issue of special interest favor. The group that is sponsoring or is alleged to be sponsoring the vice president campaign is not going to do it for nothing. You know, he or the group will be doing it with the intention that they're going to be able to assess the vice president and ask for favor and demand favor when he's eventually elected to lead the NPP into next year's election and eventually becomes elected as president of this country. And those kind of favors are usually opportunities that are used to pay back those people who have invested. And sometimes a lot of due diligence are not done, and sometimes it can even lead to corruption and corrupt practices. Because when people are when you are giving that kind of favor at the heat of the campaign, it means that you also have to pay back. And sometimes the deals that are done to pay these people back usually don't go through proper procurement process, don't go through proper vetting and tender processes, and they usually kind of behind the scenes dealings that is meant to reward these people. And thirdly, what may happen is that it tends to bring what we call governance capture. So basically, you have a government that is not able to do what it's supposed to do, even if that is what the people want, because there's somebody behind the scenes who calls the shots, because that person sponsored your campaign. So technically, you see the citizens demanding one particular thing, and government is very adamant in doing that particular thing. So there's a huge lot of what we call responsive gap, responsiveness in governance processes is the ability of government to accept people's demands and translate those demands into concrete action that addresses that challenge. Where the demands of the people or the citizens of Ghana conflict with the demands of the sponsors, there's a tendency that governments are likely going to go with the decision or the demands or the interests of the sponsors rather than citizens. So it kind of presents a very complex situation for governance processes, for accountability, for transparency. But the benefit is that the candidate that receives that money is able to organize a better campaign, is able to campaign ahead of his competitors, and is able to position himself or herself in a manner that brings dividends to the campaign.
Okay.
But as we look at it now, there's a strong denial from the campaign of the vice president that this is not true.
Okay.
So even what I'm saying is a hypothetical situation.
Doesn't it then bring in the whole argument about, funding sources for prosecuting political campaigns?
So I think there's been a huge debate since the beginning of the Fourth Republic as to whether the state should come up boldly and sponsor, besides the things that the state has already been doing. There's a kind of state sponsorship, but not as is done in other jurisdictions. So political parties are calling out for the state to be directly involved, design actions and guidelines that will gain traction for this particular policy, in the sense that it leaves governments that win elections the ability to meet the demands of the people, the ability to have the freedom to make decisions and implement programs that actually put the interests of the people as their famous priority. So basically, where this is lacking, government's hands are tied in their ability to do a whole lot of things. What we have seen with this proposal is the fact that it has been politically laden, as we already know in this country. When the NPP is in government, the NDC will be leading the call for state sponsorship of political parties. When the tables turn, you see the reverse. So you don't see that element of commitment from the political parties to actually having a standardized state sponsorship for political parties, and this ability to cure all the mischief and these allegations that are associated with it. So until we rally behind the clarion call to have state sponsor political parties, whichever kind or form is going to take, we'll mostly see some of these things happening. Over the years, you've seen civil society organizations, NGOs, and other civic bodies leading this particular charge. But political parties usually keep quiet or get quiet when they are in government, and when they are in opposition, they think it is a good thing to do.
Interesting. But will it come to a point where they can tell us that, okay, even though state is not sponsoring, my funding sources are A, B, and C?
Yeah, so I think there are, in some democracies, there are regimes like that for reporting back how much money you have earned and how much money you have spent. And even there are thresholds. You cannot spend beyond a certain threshold. And at the end of the year, you have to account. So, but there are issues of gaps in implementing most of the very beautiful laws that we've had in this country. Especially the way donors present money to political parties and candidates. It's done in a very dodgy way. In some democracies, you have to report. It's either done through bank transfer or it's done through a check and all those things, so they can trace. But here in the middle of the night around 2 a.m., somebody brings you, Ghana must go back full of money. Only you and him knows what is happening. So who do you account to? So basically what we need to do is to tighten our ability, the donation processes, and make it more regular so that state agencies that are empowered to be able to enforce these laws will be able to do it in a manner that is remarkable, that is beneficial, and that can prevent people abusing that system.
Grateful to you, Professor Ali Dusedo, for joining us here. Dr. Kabiru Mahama is with us. Doc, so would you be kind enough to, because of this development, telling us the funding sources for the Bawumia team? Is this something you're considering doing?
Yeah, I think the Vice President would be unveiling his funding strategy for the campaign. I don't think it's pretty premature for him to, at this particular time, tell that if you're an observer of the social media, you see that a particular code has been trending for a relative while now. People are donating, or some people have even started donating, even though formally that has not been unveiled. That will be unveiled, and that is one of the sources. The Vice President has also got well-wishers and families and friends who are actually keen and ardent believers in the cause of the Vice President. They have been supporting the Vice President in this particular campaign. And recently, some few weeks ago, we realized that there were some pickups that made a lot of noise. That was an individual who believed that the Vice President candidate is good for the country. He decided to support the campaign with vehicles. All these are funding sources for the campaign. Okay. And I'm sure a former and more much more organized funding scheme will be introduced. We will be relying on the of the Ghanaian people, of well wishers of the party and of the NPP and Ghanaians at large to support the campaign. But at this particular juncture, a complete list of funding sources it will be premature for them to disclose that. But the appropriate campaign team and the leadership of the campaign team would unveil that to the Ghanaian people.
Grateful to you, Dr. Kabiru Mahama, for joining us. He is one of the spokespersons for the Bawumia campaign team. Now, while Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia has ended his campaign tour of the Ashanti region, former Trade and Industry Minister Alan Kwadwo Kyerematen is beginning a tour of the OT region. We're joined by the OT regional correspondent, Peter Senu, to tell us what's happening. Peter, grateful that you could join us here. We've also been joined via Zoom by Yao Boabeng as Samoa spokesperson for the Alan Kyerematen campaign team. Grateful to you, sir, for joining us here. So what's the plan for the OT region now that you've landed in that region?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Very well. Thank you very much. This morning, we started from Jessica and Buem and Akan and Biakoye and Guan constituencies. As we speak, we are in Nkwanta South having a meeting. I'm speaking to you from Nkwanta South.
Okay. What's the focus of the team? We know that when you go to places, you do a combined, constituency sort of meeting. Is that going to be same here, or the focus is changing?
No, the focus will not change, but you adapt depending on the geographical circumstance. So the first meeting we had this morning in OT was made up of 4 constituencies. That's what I told you. The 4 constituencies were hosted in Jessica. And now we have to come to Nkwanta South by itself because the distances are very, very great. And beyond this, we'll then continue to Nkwanta North, because again, the distances are quite far apart. And then you need to go to Karachi as well, which will mean crossing the river. So it depends on the geography. But beyond this region, I doubt if there will have to be an occasion where we do it this way anymore.
Okay.
But it's a mix, because the first, what we did this morning, we're all together.
How is the response by the people? We've seen what happened in the Volta region. And in Nkwanta, how is the response like?
It's beautiful. They've spent time, they've left their farms, and they've transported themselves here to listen to us. And out of 800 delegates, we see in act of service for the process. We are happy. Hello?
Yeah. Now there's an issue with the Bawumia campaign team. We are hearing allegations that they are being funded by an Islamic group based in Nigeria. What is the Alan team picking? How do you respond to this allegation? Would you even call for the disclosure of funding sources for various campaign teams?
I don't think that's the regime we're dealing with now. We have been working on mobilizing support from traditional sources and from the general public. We will recall that we launched the Kitwebiensa campaign before, soliciting funds from the public. And also, we've been seeking funds from well-wishers who are entitled to do so. to support the campaign. So we have nothing to worry about as far as campaigning funding is concerned.
All right. Great. So from the OT region, where next will the Alan team be focusing?
Once we are
well, it's like we're having some challenges there, but you're still watching the polls on the JoyNews channel. So there you have it from both the Baumia camp and the Allen camp. But trust your election headquarters will be with the teams and will bring you update on whatever is happening within the various camps in the NPP. Now to other stories now, and it has been revealed that children with reported cases of cancer at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital currently have only 20% of survival rate. The situation has been attributed to misdiagnosis, late presentation, and abandonment of medication by parents due to high cost of treatment. Currently, global estimates peg the number of children with cancer in Ghana to over 1,000 a year. But Dr. Francisca Boateng, who is with the Department of Child Health at Kolebu and a member of the Ghana Medical Association, says the number has been underestimated because some of the children are dying undiagnosed. She spoke on the Super Morning Show.
Because of the late presentation, say about 20%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Currently, only about 20% of the children who come into the hospital system survive it.
Yes.
And we heard a rather disturbing figure that there are about you're getting about 250 cases.
180 on the average
a year.
But mind you, there are about, based on the global estimates, there are about 1,200 children under 15 who have cancer a year. So if
in Ghana.
So if we're seeing about 180 and say Konfanochi is seeing close to that, that is less than half the cases that actually have cancer. And obviously we are underestimating the people that have cancer.
Right.
So 20% of those that actually come for healthcare are surviving. So you can imagine, I mean, if you're talking about countrywide, maybe if you have to do the right extrapolation, you're seeing about 10%, 5, because some of them are dying undiagnosed.
Yeah.
So
that's crazy.
And what are the common cases today?
So on our ward, we'll say most of them are leukemias.
Leukemias and then the lymphomas.
Yeah.
And this low survival rate is completely down to late detection or late reporting.
Late presentation.
Late presentation.
So late presentation.
Misdiagnosis,
yes. And then also abandonment of treatment. So we actually have parents who start on treatment and then disappear.
Why? Is it the financial?
Yes, the cost. The medications are quite costly. And the investigations involved, they are quite expensive.
And then the mentality. So this country is plagued with people thinking that the herbal preparation, so you have a lump, for instance, and you hear people talking about herbal medication to melt the lump. So they are hearing things from other people, the people at home. They trust them more because somebody will come and say, oh, my child had a lump here. You know, I applied this herbal preparation, it went. And I mean, obviously, they'll take that over having to stay in the hospital for long periods. They are scared of the chemotherapy drugs. So what they don't know, I would say, kills them because they think that other forms of treatment are better or will work.
She has however warned parents to desist using herbal medicine to treat children with cancer as it exposes them more to other delicate diseases.
If you're drinking a herbal concoction, it's going into your stomach. is coming out of your alimentary canal. So from mouth to anus, excuse my language, I mean,
no,
yes.
it's proper language.
So essentially
anus.
that, yes. And so something that goes through your alimentary canal cannot reach a cancerous cell that's probably in your hand. Essentially, I mean, typically, because the anti-cancer medications are mostly intravenous, so they go through the venous system, the blood, and then reaches the other points in the body. So if someone is drinking a herbal preparation, it's unlikely that it will go and touch the cancerous cell there. Secondly, we don't know what these herbal preparations are made of. Most of them are causing kidney failure, they're causing liver failure, so they're only going to cause more harm than good. So basically, I mean, if you hear things like this, you need to ask yourself, is it something that makes sense?
We're joined via Zoom by Jane Williams, who is founder of the Viva Terksen Foundation, and Kwame Owusu, an oncology nurse at the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital. Jane, let me start with you, because you've had a child who passed as a result of, childhood cancers. How was it like for you? Jane, kindly unmute for me so we can hear what you're telling us.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to our viewers and listeners. The journey was traumatic for us because we had no idea at that time that kids also get cancer. And at that time in Cape Coast, we didn't have a facility that was handling children battling cancer. So we had to commute from Cape Coast to Accra every time for treatment. And you can imagine the stress, even getting accommodation and all that. So it was a very difficult moment for us.
And so aside that stress, how was the child, taking it? You were going through stress, but how was it really for people who have children going through the same things? How would they be feeling now? You've been there before.
It's a very difficult moment to be in as a parent. For you, the parent, financially, it's a drain. No matter how wealthy you can say you are, you will feel a pinch. It is a very expensive venture because buying the chemo drugs, doing the MRIs, and it is only through the MRI that they can be able to ascertain the damage that the cancer cells is doing to the body. So if you are unable to afford the MRI, it means that basically you cannot even see what is happening to your child. Then psychologically, the children don't go to school. They will have to stay at home, and it's a drain on them because they'll keep on asking you, why am I not going to school? Why are my friends going to school? And then I am home. So it's a whole lot. And then the other siblings too, you realize that you pay attention much to your sick child, and then if you are not careful, you end up neglecting the other kids. And they will also be complaining that it seems like you don't love them. So I always say that if one person has cancer in a home, it affects every other person in the home, psychologically, emotionally, financially, everybody suffers.
How did you, diagnose your child's cancer?
Okay, so for my child's cancer, we didn't know about it. So she fell, and she had a swell at the right side of her hip. So I quickly rushed her to the hospital for a scan because obviously she was not bleeding, there was nothing. So when they had the scan at CCTH, then we were told that there is a tumor that is basically taking over her kidney. Unfortunately for us, she was born with a single kidney. Naturally, she came to this world with a single kidney. So that same single kidney had the cancer cells taking over. When we found out, it had already taken about 70% of her kidney already. So we just tried to help her and then see how best we can save her. But unfortunately, we were able to do something, and then the cancer spread to her lungs, and it also went into her urinary tract, went to her chest. It just started spreading. Just as we were almost even done with her chemo, then we realized that it has spread to other organs and in other parts of her body. So they had to put her on palliative care. And then 10 days after palliative care, she went home peacefully to her maker.
Would it have made any changes if you had seen it earlier?
Yes, I keep on saying it, and as the major mandate of our foundation, we are preaching early detection, because until her passing, we didn't even know that constipation can actually be a sign that your kidneys are failing you. My child used to have chronic constipation. I mean, constant ones, that when she has to visit the restroom, you have to hold her hands and then you push your hair together. You understand? And they put her on laxatives. They were told to give her more refugees and she should drink a lot of water. We didn't know that all these are signs that the kidney was telling us that it is shutting down. So early detection, we should pay attention to our children, the things they complain much, because the cancer symptoms are just like the normal fever symptoms, headache, feeling dizzy, feverish, and all that. So if it becomes chronic, you take it to the hospital, they treat it, it comes back again, they treat it, it's not going, please let them check whether it is that. Because for my child, I later found out that it was actually the kidney that was failing her. That was the reason for her constant constipation. Yes.
Stay with me. Let me bring in the oncology nurse now. So we understand that the cases are on the rise. What is contributing to the rise in cases?
Okay. As the video that we watched, early detection, like people are not seeking help, and people even don't know that children have cancer. Sometimes we have a September month for oncology month. We go around and we do education, but I realize that most of them think the cancer cases is only for the adults. But children also do get cancer. That's why, so they are not seeking help early. And we also talk about the facilities that we are caring for the cancer cases. At first, it was only Kolebu and Kofanochi. And the others that we are seeing the cases now, like Cape Coast and Techiman and Tamale, they are shared care centers. So at first, let's say the person, where the person stays and is now going to Kolebu, it's also a difficult journey. And most people even didn't know that we have children have cancer and they need to be cared for. So they don't bring the child to the hospitals, but they rather turn to the pastors, herbalists. By the time that they come to the hospital, and also misdiagnosis, because cancers like from the eye, like the retinoblastoma, can be misdiagnosed as being cataract. So from maybe if they go to the health facilities where they are being seen, they are being misdiagnosed of certain conditions and they are being treated. By the time they come to the teaching hospitals, the cases have already been advanced. That's why it's causing the high rates of the cancer cases. And also the treatment is costly. But now by the government, through the government interpretation, some of the 4 childhood cancers are now on insurance. And people are now coming for treatment. Thank you.
Well, so for parents who are watching us now, what must they be looking out for in their children to probably give them that preemption that I should be careful, probably my child is developing this?
Okay, so we talk about the early warning signs. Because for now, we don't, apart from talking about genetics, there have been a lot of research being done, but we can't really pinpoint these are the causes of the pediatric cancers. Okay. So we have early warning signs. Example, when your child is, like you have cataracts, if there's a squint in the eye, you should bring your child to the hospital. A squint, or the child is having disturbances. Sometimes too, there can be a mass at the cheek. Sometimes they take it as mumps. By small mumps, it can be one of the pediatric cancers. Okay. And as the kidney cancers, sometimes when you are taking care of your baby, you are bathing your baby, you feel a mass at the left side. Mostly the kidney cancer starts at the left. So there's a mass at the left that when you palpate, it's very hard. That one, you have to bring your child earlier. If you leave the child home, the child will start passing urine, which is bloody, and the child will lose weight and other symptoms. Sometimes some of them have bleeding episodes. They have bleeding from the mouth, from the nose, and sometimes you won't see the significant bleeding, but sometimes you see in their palm, there are rashes all over. We call them petechial rashes. They are on the body. Sometimes the ones at the brain, sometimes if your child complains of early morning headache, this headache comes early in the morning.
Okay.
So always your child is complaining, Mom, I have early morning headaches. It's also associated with vomiting. Then it means your child stands a risk of getting one of the cancers.
Okay.
Some also complain of joint pains, pain all over. And sometimes some of the cancers are caused when you treat your child repeatedly for malaria. One of the cancers like the Becker's lymphoma cancer occurs when you treat somebody repeated with malaria, and there's another virus, Epstein-Barr virus, that causes the cancer. So because you don't know that these are the attributes for the cancer, you need to bring your child as early as possible for screening. Okay. There are certain laboratory investigations that we are going to know to detect whether it's cancer or not. If it's not cancer, then you just send your child home. Than staying home relying on other things that it's cancer or it's not cancer. Okay. So these are some of the things that parents should look out for. Okay. If they are mumps, they are swelling at any part of the body that you don't understand, you have been using herbal preparations for, and it's not working, please seek early treatment as early as possible. Now we are...
Kwame also, yes, you wanted to make a point there, conclude it for me, then we can move on. Okay. Kwame also is an oncology nurse, but Jane Williams is so that's Jane. So just to wrap up, what would be your advice to parents who are watching us now?
So my advice to parents is to pay particular attention to their children. Most of the times, because of our busy schedules and other things, we tend to ignore them when they complain of certain things that is going on with them. We should pay attention to them. And I always tell them that spending an hour or two in the hospital for an investigation is better than losing your child, because that 2 hours that you take off your job to actually attend to the child will be your saving grace. Okay. Yes.
Grateful for sharing with us all of this. Now, Jane Williams is a mother whose child passed on through childhood cancers. Now, to other stories now, and the University of Education Winneba has initiated a project aimed at supporting teachers who teach physics across the country. According to the university, many teachers who teach the subject have the misconception that the subject is difficult, and such misconceptions have been transferred to students, resulting in many of these students not doing very well in the subject. Now, the head of the Department of Physics has been speaking after a day's workshop for tutors who teach physics in the Central Region. There is more in this report.
Actually, we realize that most of these teachers who are actually teaching at the senior high level, they themselves are carrying a whole lot of misconceptions, so they don't understand some of the concepts that they are teaching.
The head of Department of Physics at the University of Education Winneba, Dr. Gloria Ama, explains why there are issues of misconception as far as the teaching of physics in Ghana is concerned.
So we are expecting them that once they have come and we have taught them and they have seen some of these misconceptions, they will go out there and correct, and they will also be able to transmit the correct concepts and then the theories we have for better understanding of the students.
She says the university has identified a challenge and is harnessing a solution to that.
As this first one was for the Central Region, we hope to carry it along to the other regions. We actually want to help because we realize that we have few teachers in physics. So we want to do this to encourage more of our students who are taking physics as like a monster, so they are not able to venture into physics. If we are able to help them understand these concepts and theories better, they will have the interest in physics to take it up, and we are expecting that in the next future or near future we will be able to have more students to train so that they will also go out there and continue.
A lecturer at the Department of Physics, Dr. Desmond Apia, says the workshop will be a major boost towards the teaching of physics in the country.
So some of the misconception, as we all realize, is that some or most teachers even do not know that density is a characteristic property. In that sense, the density of a material, irrespective of the size of the material, is still the same. But funny enough, most teachers and students are so quick to define or to write the formula of density, but then do not know the significance of density itself. So you recognize that from some of the questions which were given to them, most of them were not able to, because after they are done with the calculations, they don't know the significance of the calculations, and that they don't compare it to the concept to know whether it actually conforms to the concept or not. And also, we're able to use improvised techniques to depict to teachers how they will be able to explain why ships will sink deeper in fresh water than in sea water.
The university says it is its mission to train competent professional teachers for all levels of education, as well as conduct research, disseminate knowledge, and contribute to educational policy and development.
Now, the Greater Accra Regional Health Directorate is advising people to disregard myths about COVID-19 vaccination and take their doses. And speaking at the launch of the 7th round of COVID-19 vaccination exercise aimed at getting over 170,000 people vaccinated, the Acting Deputy Director of Health in the Greater Accra region, Dr. Farida Abdullahi, said even though the World Health Organization has declared COVID-19 as no longer an international health emergency, cases are still being recorded on a daily basis. She is therefore stressing that all eligible persons in the population must be vaccinated to achieve solid immunity against COVID-19. There is more in the following report.
In a drive to consolidate gains made in the COVID-19 vaccination, the Ghana Health Service launched the 7th edition of its COVID-19 vaccination campaign, which is targeted at administering 1 million doses of vaccines to individuals. The Greater Accra Regional Health Directorate has also launched a campaign to get over 170,000 people vaccinated in the La Nkwantana Municipal Health Directorate. Speaking at the launch, Acting Deputy Director of Health in the Greater Accra region, Dr. Farida Abdullahi, said even though the World Health Organization has declared COVID-19 as no longer an international health emergency, cases are still being recorded.
It's no longer a public health emergency of international concern. That means that the whole world is not focusing on trying to control it. With the use of hand sanitizers, alcohol-based hand sanitizers, washing of hands under running water with soap, using the face masks, and the COVID-19 vaccination campaign that has been rolled out, the world has been able to control the spread of COVID-19. But that does not mean that we are still not recording cases. It doesn't mean that there's still a potential for spread. And as you realize, as the pandemic was evolving, even new strains were coming up from time to time. So we'll still maintain surveillance, and then we'll still ensure that the herd immunity that we acquired with the previous vaccine doesn't wane out, and that is why we are still vaccinating. Also, don't forget that we still have some people who have still not even taken a single dose. So there's still the need to ensure that all these people are vaccinated, to ensure that the protection that we achieved during the period when it was a pandemic is still maintained. So for the 5 days, we are hoping to vaccinate a little over 170,000 people. And then we are hoping that with the media also supporting us to broadcast this message, we'll be able to make it. As we have the vaccines in stock, and we've distributed to all the districts and the points that need it. And we even have more than what we need for this campaign. So even if we should exceed the target, we'll have enough stocks to accommodate everyone who needs it.
The Municipal Director of Health Services for the La Nkwantana Municipal Assembly, Dr. Priscilla Enima, however, assured the vaccines are safe and have no side effects.
The vaccine is safe, and so far we have recorded some few adverse drug reactions, but that doesn't. Is in terms of proportion, is is not significant enough to deter people from not coming to take the vaccines. So though if you take the vaccine and you have that reaction, you only report to our facility, we will take care of it. But that thing that people say when you take it, you become impotent and those kind of things, I don't think it's the right thing. It doesn't, it's not something to take home with. So I'm entreating everybody to come and take the vaccine. It's safe and it doesn't cause any infertility or to make your manhood shrink. And no. The COVID-19 virus is not fully eradicated. We still have some of the cases with us. So those of them who are saying that the virus is no more, and for that matter, based on WHO's declaration, they are not going to take the vaccine. I'll just plead with them that we still record cases, just that they are not all that severe. But for their own sake, and then for the herd immunity that I want to achieve, they should come and then take the vaccine for their own sake, for them to be protected, so that we can totally strip COVID-19 virus out of Ghana.
The vaccination campaign, which is already ongoing, is expected to end on Sunday and is aimed at ensuring the maximum coverage of eligible population to achieve the needed herd immunity to avert any future mass spread and impact of COVID-19 in Ghana. Prince Kwame Kudiga's report read to you.
Now, the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development is undertaking a household travel survey. Director of Human Resources at the Ministry, Kwabena Denchira, says this will help them gather comprehensive data on travel patterns, behaviors, and transportation demand of residents of the Greater Accra metropolitan area. He adds that this will contribute to the development of a sustainable and efficient transportation system that meets the needs of residents of the Greater Accra Metropolitan Assembly in the years to come.
The Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development under the Ghana Urban Mobility and Accessibility Project will undertake a household travel survey. Director of the Human Resource at the Ministry of Local Government, Kwabena Denchira, indicates that this survey will contribute to the development of a sustainable and efficient transportation system that meets the needs of residents of the Greater Accra metropolitan area.
Survey is a unique opportunity to gather comprehensive data on travel patterns, behaviors, transportation demands of residents of Ghana, to inform transport planning and management, and to contribute to the development of sustainable and efficient transportation system that meets the needs of residents of Ghana.
Technical Committee member of the Ghana project, Alex Johnson, believes that the survey will not only inform policy making, but will inform investors on investment opportunities in the area.
Okay, so this is giving us a first opportunity to have evidence-based data in the management of our urban system for transport services. From policy decision, you also have investment decisions. It's the first time that we would have a proper travel or household travel survey, which goes down to zone-to-zone level patterns of travel. I mean, other systems, developed systems, have these kinds of data. So they are able to tell you what travel patterns to expect from each exercise to the next. As long as population is growing and there are patterns of migration across the city, having this fine level of detail for the data is essential to make sure that if you are planning for a road, you can prioritize. You can say that this area needs it more because of so and so economic, social factors. So it's a very holistic and comprehensive exercise that is going to happen, and the results are also supposed to inform a comprehensive investment or policy decision.
The survey, which will encompass a representative sample of 7,500 households, will be done from 24th July 2023 to 30th September 2023. For Joy News, Jacqueline Ansuma Yeboah.
Now, Zoom Lion, a leading waste management company, has unveiled an ingenious digital payment system in Accra aimed at completely transforming the process of rubbish collection in the country. Dubbed Change Your Bola Style, the initiative aims to revolutionize waste management practices to enhance the country's sanitary conditions. According to the managing director of Zoom Lion, Edwin Amwako, the relaunch of the digitization drive presents customers with a range of convenient payment alternatives, ultimately contributing to a cleaner and more environmentally sustainable Ghana. There's more in the following report.
Marked by a procession starting from Medina and traversing the principal street of Accra, the relaunch of Zoom Lion Ghana Limited digitization drive, which includes features such as unstructured supplementary service data USSD, has been warmly embraced by residents of Accra. Speaking at the launch, Managing Director of Zoom Lion Ghana Limited, Edwin Amwako, emphasized that the initiative would provide convenience to their customers while offering additional services.
This is to bring ease and convenience and peace of mind to our clients and customers who hitherto had limited avenues for payment. As a result of this digitization drive, new and existing clients of Zoom Lion will now enjoy real-time data analytics to track and monitor payments and their balances, multiple platforms to make payments, i.e. via smartphone, analog phones, iOS or Android platforms, on-demand waste management services, and easy and instant access to Zoom Lion for complaints, requests, suggestions, and feedback. We will continue to relentless pursuit of innovation, combined with our vast experience in the waste management in the country, to build a better, cleaner Ghana for our generation and the ones that come after us.
In response to Zoom Lion's new initiative, some residents of Accra and business owners expressed their enthusiasm, considering the innovation to be good news.
Well, I believe that is a very good initiative. The only thing is that once we are in a technological, era, for them to introduce certain, I think it will be okay. But the effectiveness of them also picking it up when you call them is one thing that we must also look at.
It's a good initiative, but I have a challenge sometimes with the pickups. Sometimes the dustbin is full, and you see that they might not come for it as soon as possible. And so sometimes the place is dirty, end up littering the area around. So that's the challenge with it, but it's a good initiative for Ghanaians to be able to have access to it.
Meanwhile, commending Zoom Lion for the initiative, Mayor of Accra, Elizabeth Teriasaki, stated that incorporating technology into waste management is the most effective approach to address the issue of uncollected garbage that often ends up in drains.
You know, refuse or garbage are things that disturb the nation. And for instance, when they are not being collected, dumping of refuse into drains is a no, 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 no. And therefore, if you are asked to come and pay and then the refuse is being collected, it's hallelujah, isn't it? So this is the best way to go. And the most interesting thing of it all is there's a portion also on it where you can complain. Oh, this morning, the vehicle has not come for my boiler. That's safe.
Although a 2021 estimate from the World Health Organization (WHO) suggests that Accra generates approximately 2,200 tons of waste daily, interventions such as the one being undertaken by Zoom Lion are expected to contribute to improved sanitation in the country. Reporting for Joy News, I am Carlos Caloni.
Now, Russia has announced this week that it's pulling out of the Black Sea grain agreement, a deal which allowed Ukraine to export its grain despite Russia's naval blockade. The decision could have wide-ranging effect on the global food market. DW correspondent Emily Shuthes joins us for more on this. Emily, what was the agreement and why did Russia leave?
Sure. So as you mentioned, this is an agreement that focused on allowing Ukraine, which is a major grain, wheat and corn exporter, to continue to get those exports out to the rest of the world in safety despite the Russian invasion. And so this is an agreement that was put into place shortly after the invasion last year. During that time, a huge amount of Ukrainian grain exports have been able to leave the country and make it to elsewhere around the world. And it's an agreement that has been extended several times since that invasion. However, what we saw this week is that Russia allowed the agreement to lapse and did not agree to another extension of it. And the reasons that Russia has listed thus far, at least publicly, are that there were various agreements or various concessions that they wanted in terms of Russian exports, in terms of making things easier for some of their agricultural and fertilizer exports that have not yet been met. But it is something where international observers look at the fact that a major bridge to the Crimean Peninsula was attacked this week and wonder about sort of the timing of all of this happening all at once.
Now, how are European leaders reacting to this news?
European leaders have absolutely criticized Putin, basically saying that he is okay with people going hungry as a result of the war and as a result of this agreement. And so you've really seen a lot of harsh criticism coming out of most corners of Europe. You see from Turkey, which is one of the destinations. So when you cross the Black Sea, a lot of these things are ending up then in Istanbul and going on to the rest of the world. The Turkish leader, Erdogan, has said that he hopes that Putin will come back to the table and will approve this agreement, but that has yet to be seen.
Should continue. What impact could it have on the rest of the world?
Well, Ukraine is a huge exporter of grain, particularly wheat and corn, and there are about 400 million people around the world who depend on these grain exports in order to get sources of food. And so what you can see is two potential impacts. On the one hand, this means that a lot less of that grain is making it to other parts of the world, particularly developing countries that rely on it. And the other issue is that if that's what's happening, then you're going to see prices start to rise. And so there are a lot of world leaders and countries around the world that are concerned, first of all, that there will just be less supply coming to them, and second of all, that it means that what they are getting is going to cause huge increases in food prices. And so when we think about food security, this was one of the major concerns in the aftermath of Russia's invasion last year. And at the moment, or up until this point, the agreement was sort of helping to keep those things from coming to pass. But with the agreement lapsing, that's a real concern now.
All right, Emily, grateful to you for joining us with those updates. Now, in today's Joy Clean Ghana campaign, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly has commenced the assessment of public toilet facilities with a star rating system. The facilities are expected to be rated as is done for hotels, with ratings from 1 star to a 4-star rating system in accordance with the Assembly's health and sanitation regulations. The head of AMA Sanitation Team, Florence Kuchi, says the rating system will be an eye-opener for public toilet operators to maintain proper sanitary conditions. There's more in this report.
Last month, the AMA trained about 150 public toilet operators. The training was aimed to educate, public toilet operators in a way to maintain cleanliness in their various washrooms. So today we are here at the Abubleshi bus station terminal to check whether they are actually complying with the AMA health regulations. About the star rating, and that was supposed to start 1st July, but we are now beginning the assessment. So what should we expect for today?
Okay, so when cities are growing, we are now going smart city. And when we are going smart cities, everything of ours must go smart. Public toilet is one of the main drivers of a smart city. You can't have a smart city without a public toilet, because public toilet improve the city economy. It improves the health of the city. It also improves the health of the public, and also bring insecurity. So because of that, we don't want the public toilet that are now springing up within the smart city to be public toilet that will be contaminated, that when somebody visits it and you come out, you are coming out with some form of bacteria or microorganisms on your hands that can lead to ailment. Today, we are now coming up to start with the star rating. So with the star rating, there's a checklist that we are going to fill. So when we are done with the checklist, if you score below 50, it means you have failed. We will have to look at what to do. Either we close down or we take action against you. If you fall between 50 to 60, 59, we will give you yellow label. Up to 80 and above is green. If you get 80 and above, it means you are a city model public toilet, which will emulate within the city.
Here at the Abublushi bus terminal, as you all know, the AMA started this star rating assessment last month, and they scheduled to, start implementing this whole assessment this month. So after all these checks, the AMA will rate and determine the fate of this public toilet, whether it will be shut down or not shut down. So currently, you can see the AMA officials assessing the washrooms and also all the chambers here to find out whether, in fact, this place is actually clean and also safe.
Flashes are not leaking or nasty. Or flashes leaky. So we can check ourselves whether there's leakage. If there's no leakage, then we take. So cleaning equipment is stored and kept properly separate. So it was separate. Now mop no niyama wa hefa. And this was separate. So you take. So we light in the end so we will not take.
Oh, yes, sir.
It shouldn't be like this. I was saying time dia fita. What I say, when she asked it, we shouldn't be. Most of dispenser way. Inti I was saying we no.
That you.
Time dia I was saying we juma. Inti wouldn't be. Because we yampe contamination we obi aba no afa hwie so okura bibia obeja wo no obi so aba befa enya sanso ade ye ne ye mia ne bi ti ubetimi de wonsan mia. It shouldn't be like this.
We just want to understand, so after all these checks, do you give them some days or some time for them to rectify all these mistakes?
Or depending on what you score, we will give you. So when you see here, we have yellow, amber, light green and green. So if you score below 40, below 50, it means you failed. So we'll give you a red star. There will be no star. It means you don't have a star. If you don't have a star, it means you have failed the test. The toilet will be closed down. There are some that may have some of the basic needs, but they don't have all. So when we calculate and you get 50 to 59, we will give you yellow. That is 1 star. We will paste it on you. Then we'll give you a certificate and ask you to do better.
So as you can see, they are just swiping through the edges of the door to pick up dirt and other possible bacteria that are attached to that door handle. There's no handle door there, but that's where users touch to open this particular chamber. So after swiping that edge of it, they insert it in a device. As you can see, it has only 15 seconds countdown to give the results. So after the results is released, above 80, that's 80, it means that particular portion of that door or the door in itself, it's actually unclean and needs to be checked. As you can see, this is 551, which means it's highly contaminated.
We did the checklist, that is the manual checklist, and we did the smart inspection, and then we did the ATP, that is the hygiene contamination level checks. So when we were done, he scored 69, which is 2 star. They would have scored 3-star, but the ATP brought them down. So it means they need to work much on the touches, where people comes in and touch. It means they don't clean the doorknobs, the flashing areas, and then the taps head. So they need to put much importance on those things, because that is where we can easily pick microorganisms from.
I mean, those who come in every day, shouldn't they worry because of these high ratings? I mean, the ATP, shouldn't they worry?
Oh no, so they set up this business to take care of the community when it comes to their, sanitation or hygiene needs. So they have to be in the right conditions so that when they come in, they know they are safe. We are doing this, like I keep saying, as a continuous improvement measure. They will not be worried. It will rather put the operator and the cleaners on their toes, and it also gives some comfort to the user. So it's a win-win situation. When they know that they are now 2-star and the next time they are getting 3-star, they even have the opportunity to, if they have to increase some of the fixtures or things around to get them good revenues, it will be done, you understand? So this is good in all ways, both for the user and then the toilet operator. Yes.
So after going through, this is where we draw the curtains. We saw that there were other assessments and other checklists that the public toilet facility was actually scrutinized through, and we realized that per their checks, they found a high level of contamination. That is the touching point. This exercise, she says that it will continue for the next 6 months. So they'll be coming here every 6 months to make sure that indeed they are obeying these rules and regulations. For JoyNews, Prince Osu answer.
Now, reducing stigma and ensuring access to quality mental health care in Ghana is yet to be achieved despite enormous efforts made in the sector. Non-governmental organizations which have attempted to complement governmental efforts get overly stretched due to immense need for human and financial resources. Now, citizens are demanding immediate governmental intervention for holistic care for the mentally challenged who are spread across cities and communities. Hannah Odame has been exploring the case of mental health care in this feature.
Sometimes I feel very bad because some are very young and some are very old too, and some too, they are not clothing well, so sometimes you feel bad about it.
It is not only about how they feel, but the pain they can also inflict on anyone they come by.
In August 2022, a mentally challenged woman hit a man with stones at this particular spot. For those who stay and live around, it was a moment of reawakening. For how long are they going to tolerate or look over their shoulders when they see a mentally challenged person in their vicinity?
That torturous incident lingers on the minds of many who heard it, but most especially on the minds of those who witnessed that horrific act. The thought of being attacked, abused, or beaten by a mentally challenged person is an act no one would want to experience.
It's quite frustrating of late. I do meet them. Sometimes they come towards you whilst you are working, and you are a little scared, especially during the night, and you feel you should run away. And when you try to, they try to follow you. It is something which is really, uncomfortable. And I feel the government should, in a way, try to put them together in one place. Some are very threats to life.
That intervention to get them off the streets was announced on March 2022 by the then medical director of the Accra Psychiatric Hospital, Dr. Pinaman Apau. She revealed the redevelopment of the facility into a 220-bed hospital was under government's Agenda 111 program and was part of many other projects, including the construction of 101 district hospitals, 6 regional hospitals, and 2 psychiatric hospitals.
The first date that was communicated to management was the end of June 2022. However, updates that I got recently from the coordinator of the Agenda 111 project indicates that currently they are doing what we call technical evaluation on tenders that had been submitted.
But almost a year on, not much has happened in terms of a pull-down and a facelift. One would think the facility hosting some of the mentally challenged persons in the national capital will be rid of their presence around their premises. But that's not what we see here at the Accra Psychiatric Hospital, with some of them reserving permanent habitations around this place. Passers-by and residents are uncomfortable.
We will feel very bad because it is not good for somebody to carry a stone and throw another person. Even the person is not a madman or the person is not a mad woman. You understand? We call it a little violence. It's something that is not good at all.
Former director of the Accra Psychiatric Hospital, Dr. Quayson, delving on this development.
As at the time the idea came to pull down the structures and build new ones, we had got to the point where it didn't seem fitting for a facility of our age in Ghana. So the idea was to pull it down and rebuild it. All things were more or less in place, but somehow it's stalled. I'm sure it's not totally dead. I'm sure the plans are still there, that somewhere along the line, you'll get the funding to continue the program. That was it. Now, you mentioned 2 new psychiatric hospitals. Yes, one in the northern belt, one in the middle belt. As far as I know, they are still on the drawing board. Land has been secured and they started building them. So we hope that funds will continue to be available for them to finish building them.
And that's all in our package for you today. There's more news on myjoyonline.com. My name is Samuel Kojo Brace. Pius Kojo Baka is up next with Business Life. Good evening.
The distinguished patronage of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Ghana National College celebrates its 75th Speech and Prize-Giving Day under the theme 75 Years of Holistic Education, Nurturing Leaders for the 21st Century. Date, July 22nd, 2023. Time, 8 a.m. Venue, Ghana National College, Cape Coast. The celebration will be climaxed with other landmark events as follows. July 16th, Regional Church Service. July 19th, Inter-House Debate. July 20th, Nananum Inspire followed by a sit down. July 21st, Football Gala, AGM, Flag Raising Ceremony and more. July 22nd, Speech and Prize Giving Day, Fundraising Dinner Dance. July 23rd, Thanksgiving Service, swearing in new executives, Omuto Fufu Gathering, Pool Party. Nananum Enyansafo.
12 ambitious talents, 11 weeks of intense grooming, 7 talents have dropped off. Now, down to the final 5. Who emerges the winner for the maiden edition of Joy Prime Skews and Lyrics and goes home with the 20,000 cash prize, an all expenses paid trip to Dubai, a recording deal, and other amazing products from our sponsors: TM Music, Lovette, Kwabena Mufasa, Tragan, Limwell. Who wears the crown? Vote for your favorite to glory via short code *711 *60#. Join us on Saturday, July 22, 2023, 8 p.m. at the Silicon Production House, Tesano, as we treat you to back-to-back performances and the crowning of the ultimate winner of Cues and Lyrics. It will be a night of great music with special performances from Superstar TZ, Mighty, and the newest sensation on the music scene, King Paluta. Come cheer your favorite to victory. Attendance is free. Guests must be seated by 7 p.m. Quayson Lyrics is sponsored by Syntax Tank, Aya Strong, Aya Tough, Adansa Travels, and Ghana AIDS Commission. Quayson Lyrics, bring on the music. Joy Prime, your ultimate experience.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Tonight on Business Live, World Bank estimates over 850,000 Ghanaians have been pushed into poverty as a result of high inflation over the past 2 years. We have details from the 7th Ghana Economic Update report.
Inflation put those 850 is a simulation that poverty team did, and it put people who were quite close or already close to the poverty line under poverty, and it's quite worrying.
World Trade Organization warns of global shortage of grains after Russian missiles destroyed tons of stored grains in Ukraine. What will be the implication for developing economies like Ghana? We have details. Plus today on the Joy Business Van, we are at Passion Cakes, a startup that allows consumers to have their cake and eat it healthily too. We've got details of these and many others lined up for you. Please stay. I am Pius Kojo Baka. Let's now look at our stories. About 850,000 Ghanaians have been pushed into poverty as a result of high inflation over the past 2 years. Statistics captured by the World Bank revealed that high inflation and low growth have had a toll on the vulnerable segments of the population. Now, according to the Bretton Woods institution, food insecurity worsened by the last quarter of 2022 when inflation was at its peak. Now, to this end, economist Dr. Priscilla Chumesi-Baffour is calling on government to design a well-targeted social investment policy in agriculture to protect the poor from inflation. She spoke at the 7th Ghana Economic Update, which was held under the theme Price Surge, Unraveling Inflation's Toll on Poverty and Food Security. According to the World Bank Group's 7th Ghana Economic Update, inflation in 2022 pushed 850,000 individuals into poverty while contributing to putting nearly a quarter of all households at stressed levels of food insecurity and roughly 823,000 people at crisis or emergency levels of food insecurity. According to the Bretton Woods institution, it is unclear when the global pressure on prices will fall, and thus it is primarily incumbent upon the government of Ghana to take measures to protect the poorest and vulnerable who have been heavily impacted from inflation. Economist with the World Bank, Kwabena Jan Kwache, described the issue as worrying.
It's quite worrying because government has been working hard to actually bring people out of poverty. So such a news should be something that should be a concern for all. But of course, we know that there are efforts that government has been making already. For example, if you remember in the presentation, that we said that government had already doubled LEAP benefits. So that's one way that, for example, the government is, and there are many more social protection programs that the government is actually putting up to be able to bring people out of the poverty.
In a bid to mitigate the impact of inflation on food security, Kwabena Jan Kwache said policymakers must enable farmers to adjust to global demand and take advantage of market opportunities. He further urged government to take rapid measures to protect the most vulnerable, particularly since inflation in 2023 could be higher.
When it comes to food security, food insecurity, we have to beef up the agricultural sector because that's really how prices can impact prices as far as food is concerned. So that's one way of doing that. And in doing that, we have to empower farmers to be able to react to the global issues. And in reacting to global issues fast enough, definitely food prices will come down and therefore impact on the affordability. And then the poor can actually get the right amount of nutrition to be able to survive.
Speaking to Joy Business on the issue, economist Dr. Priscilla Chumesi-Baffour called on government to design a well-targeted social investment policy in agriculture to protect the poor from inflation.
The fact that food prices still constitute significantly to the headline inflation is an indicator for us to look at policies that are addressing issues in the agricultural sector towards food production, because if those policies are working, then essentially food prices would be reasonable and then inflation can be curtailed. And for me, the issue that sticks out is the fact that the high cost of fertilizer is translating directly into the cost of food. And as a country, I think that we should look at alternatives of domestic production of fertilizer, and so that we can wean ourselves off the dependence on import of these things that have a direct impact on the prices of goods and services in our country.
Let's stay a while longer on food matters because the World Trade Organization is warning that there could be a shortage of cereal and grains due to the Russia war against Ukraine. Now, this was after Russian missiles attacked Ukraine's Black Sea coast, which destroyed 60,000 tons of grain and damaged storage infrastructure. What could this mean for developing countries like Ghana? Let's go on Zoom and speak to the Chief Executive Officer of the Agribusiness Chamber, Anthony Morrison, for more on this. Anthony, pleasure to have you on here on Business Live. Now, we are told Ukraine supplies a lot of grains to other European countries and, of course, the USA. If there is a global shortage, what will that mean for a country like Ghana? Anthony, are you on?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so I'm asking you to tell us what this mean, or what basically it will mean to countries like Ghana.
Well, obviously, we do know that we import some few commodities from Ukraine, especially wheat and also soya. But we need to be mindful of, I think that we are already in our production season for the production of crops. So the likes of fertilizer and other agrochemicals have already been taken care of. But let me say that as a country where we are an agrarian country, where if we are more mindful of the fact that we need to take our food security situations very serious, issues happening in global sector may not have been a major concern to us. So as we speak, for instance, the buffer stock company may not have food that will take us even for a week. We may not have enough fertilizers in the system in the likely event that this situation continue in the Black Sea and also the bombing taking place in some major seaports in Ukraine. And we may not also be able to move certain critical amenities that we require in a country. So it is very necessary that the world powers, especially the US and Germany, brings their diplomatic tricks down on Russia to see how struggling countries, especially in this case, we may not be talking about Ghana as well, but maybe looking at the likes of Sudan and several other countries that are going through serious hunger situations.
How that will be feasible, though. But what do you anticipate will be the effect on pricing, really?
Well, already we are experiencing upsurge in prices across the country. You already do know that we've seen that of tomatoes and other vegetables going up. As we speak, the prices of maize have gone up in the northern regions, for instance. But we are also intensifying sub-regional trade, and that may likely help us. But the current situation in Nigeria may also be a major setback to food crisis within the sub-region. So this brings to for government commitment to the industry, especially safeguarding the areas where we need to critically safeguard, like our maize, our rice, our millet, sorghum, and soya. We need to actually differentiate in production what we are producing for the purpose of food security and what we are also producing for the purpose of export. And every country now is becoming more protective of their food crops. So we need to strengthen our regulatory regimes with regards to food trade and food exports in order to make sure that we are able to safeguard the little that we have for the purpose of food security.
Clearly, our livestock sector will be affected by this development, of course, as we have the reliance on grain to produce feed, right?
Yes, certainly. For instance, already the poultry sector is struggling, and we also do know that when issues of this nature happen, for instance, we do see a lot of transhuman livestock movement between Nigeria, Mali, Cameroon, Ghana, with regard to this ban, that will have some impact. With regards to what is going on in Ukraine, we have a lot of feed additives coming from Ukraine for the aquaculture, the livestock sector. So the likes of lysine, methionine, decalciums are all coming through the Black Sea port, through Turkey into Ghana or into the West Africa sub-region. So we should obviously expect some challenges in the areas of poultry production and aquaculture. Already, we import billions of dollars of frozen chicken and also some fish into the country. Ghana is about the third largest consumer of fish in Africa, and I think that this brings to the fact that we need to solve some critical problems too in the country, especially issues of galamsey that are destroying water bodies. So there's a lot to be done in this case. And I think we'll have to take some very critical measures to forestall any challenges to our food security.
Anthony, as we speak, Nigeria has declared a state of emergency to tackle rising food prices and, of course, shortages. As a neighboring country, should we be worried?
Yes, certainly we should. Nigeria is a major player in the sub-region. They have the population. When it comes to major crops, they are the major producers in Africa. At the same time, they are also the major importers. For instance, Nigeria produces tomatoes more than any other African country, and they also import more than any other African country. The same applies to rice. So it is very important that we, ECOWAS leaders, and I remember working on the ECOWAS food storage policy. We need to begin to look at, as ECOWAS member country, how much of food reserve do we have to safeguard or to protect the people at the down of the economic ladder, most especially because they will have the brunt of the situation. Then we also need to, AFDB and other affiliating institutions and financial institutions need to up their game now to see how they can invest into food security in the sub-region, because some of these things can also bring uprising, and we need to be very careful that the current situation in Nigeria will not spread to other parts of the sub-region. But let me also add that last year we saw the prices of rice gone up. In some areas, we do not have local rice at all. This was as a result of
Rather unfortunate, Anthony Morrison's line has frozen, and as and when he comes on, we shall bring him on to conclude his point. I remind you, I'm still watching Business Live here with me, Pius Kojo Baka. Now, the West African Monetary Institute has said that the economic community of West African states would experience a boost in economic development when the West African capital market integration is completed. According to the Institute, a fully integrated capital market will improve liquidity access and strengthen the economies of West African Economic Bloc. There is more in this report.
The West African Capital Market Integration is an initiative by the West African Monetary Institute to establish an integrated platform for the listing, trading, and settlement of capital market securities and transactions. The project, which is being implemented in 3 phases, will work towards the gradual integration of the capital markets in ECOWAS member countries, speaking at a capacity building to sensitize players in the financial market. The Director General of the West African Monetary Institute, Dr. Oluronsola Olowofeso, explained that the program could boost the GDP of West Africa by over 10% in a year.
Look at the GDP of West Africa. It's about 777 billion. And with this, by the time we integrate this capital market, it will boost, it will increase the GDP of West Africa. Let me put it that way. Now, if you are recording 777 billion USD, you are looking at having over 800 to 900 billion. That would be a plus to Africa in terms of job employment, in terms of liquidity, in terms of IT infrastructure.
The Director General of the Securities and Exchanges Commission, Reverend Daniel Ogbami Tete, said the move will deepen and enhance Ghana's securities market.
As we implement the initiatives in our capital market master plan, the Ghana market will become more attractive. So within the context of an integrated market, it means that we'll be exposing the benefits of the Ghana market to other practitioners. So I think that we shouldn't be worried that the integration is going to cause problems for us. I think that rather it will open up to better opportunities to even deepen our market. So we are not sitting down, we are working on ensuring that we are deepening our market, we are building capacity, There are so many initiatives that the SEC has rolled out. We'll continue to do that. It will actually make us competitive.
The Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Stock Exchange stated that the move will offer improved diversification of funds, which could reduce risk.
It also means that there are diversification tools and risk management tools. When you are a fund manager, you can structure a fund that says that maybe 70% of my portfolio is invested in Ghana and 30% of it is invested across West Africa, and therefore I'm hedging my Ghana cedi currency against maybe Naira or CFA or etc. It means the same for other investors, say in Nigeria, that will be coming to the market.
The initiative will be powered by the Pan-African Payment Settlement Systems and will seek to create one market with improved opportunities and a stronger bargaining power.
Still to come on the Joy Business Van, we are at Passion Cakes, a startup that allows consumers to have your cake and eat it healthily.
Do that. Have your cake and eat it healthily too.
EcoBank salary account, bro. See, with the EcoBank salary account, you will enjoy free life insurance, free debit card, save while you spend, and an amazing chance to double your salary, and even more consolation rewards in the EcoBank double salary promo reloaded.
Guy, this EcoBank salary account sounds interesting. What do you think?
Yara, but maybe next time, Charlie. You know what? I'll go shine my shoe.
Yo, myself, I'll go check my BP.
We going up, never go down, and we stay fly.
Chairman, you see the white sign it here.
Open an EcoBank salary account today for a lifetime of benefits. You also stand a chance to win more than double your salary in the EcoBank Double Salary Promo Reloaded from now till July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
And chop life regardless.
This promo is under the supervision of the National Lotteries Authority under the Caritas Lottery Platform.
The Pan-African.
You are your own person, unique, one of a kind, special. That's why you deserve everything tailored to suit your particular taste, your preference, your needs. Just like MTN Just For You. You can get customized offers tailored to who you are. Dial *141# or use the MyMTN app to get to choose from a variety of offers made just for you.
After Gifty Dankwa Redu completed university, she decided she would start her own business. Baking was the first idea that came to her, but she would not do what everyone does. Gifty decided she would make healthy cakes. 7 months into the business, the Joy Business Van visits a startup which is allowing consumers have their cake and eat it healthily too.
The Joy Business Van is brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN everywhere you go. You've heard the saying, you can't have your cake and eat it. Well, not quite. At least Passion Cakes allows you to do that. Have your cake and eat it healthily too. Gifty Dankwa Redu is a graduate of the Accra Technical University, where she studied financial accounting. But after school, she decided to start her own business.
After my national service, I had passion for baking and I was passionate about it. So I decided to go into baking.
A determined Gifty took a class to learn to bake.
My parents are my first customers. I baked and then I gave it to them for them to try, and some few friends around me as well. So whenever they try, they give me good feedbacks, and then I decided to start up a business with it.
When it comes to cakes, everyone has an option, but they can be healthy too.
People are more conscious about what they eat, and I decided to bring out something more healthier.
Healthy cakes can be made using whole wheat or other grain flours with natural sweeteners and other organic ingredients. Flourless cakes are also another option.
I'm about to prepare banana cake with chocolate, almonds and raisins. So after my parents tried it and then gave me good feedbacks, I started selling them through social media, and friends also started recommending me to others, and the business started growing.
Healthy cakes are gradually becoming a thing as Gifty started getting referrals, and with a push online, orders began to increase. Gifty then introduced fresh fruit juices to complement the cakes. It's been gradual steps for Gifty, and she's had her fair share of challenges. She recounts one of them at the early stage.
Clients will order, and sometimes you'll be waiting for them to send their money and they won't. So sometimes they disappoint me, and then I have to bake the cake down, and after I just have to give it out to my parents or take it by myself.
Then Gifty felt like giving up. However, she has been able to grow her customer base. Now she's overwhelmed by demand, and she recognizes she needs to move from her small kitchen at home where she currently operates for.
So the 45 minutes is up, and I'm checking up on the cake if it's ready.
Commercially baked cakes could have several enhancers and preservatives for texture and shelf life. Excess sugar, however, could lead to diabetes, sugar addiction with intense cravings, weight gain, and obesity. Gifty is happy she's providing an alternative. So what does passion cakes need to scale up?
Now the demand is increasing, and then I bake from my small kitchen space here. So I needed a bigger space to meet the demands of my customers.
Gifty plans to expand her business in the next couple of years and introduce new varieties of her healthy cakes. The Joy Business Van was brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN, everywhere you go.
And that's it for Business Live for today. I am Pius Kojobaka. For more news, you can log on to myjoyonline.com/business. Bye-bye.
EcoBank salary account, bro. See, with the EcoBank salary account, you will enjoy free life insurance, free debit card, save while you spend, and an amazing chance to double your salary, and even more consolation rewards in the EcoBank double salary promo reloaded.
Guy, this EcoBank salary account sounds interesting. What do you think?
Yara. But maybe next time, Charlie, you know what? I'll go shine my shoe.
Yo, myself, I'll go check my BP.
We going up, never go down, and we stay flat.
Chairman, you see the white sign it here.
Open an EcoBank salary account today for a lifetime of benefits. You also stand a chance to win more than double your salary in the EcoBank Double Salary Promo Reloaded from now till July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
And they chop life regardless.
This promo is under the supervision of the National Lotteries Authority under the Caritas Lottery Platform.
The Pan-African.
You are your own person, unique, one of a kind, special. That's why you deserve everything tailored to suit your particular taste, your preference, your needs. Just like MTN Just For You. You can get customized offers tailored to who you are. Dial *141# or use the MyMTN app to get to choose from a variety of offers made just for you.
Compelling the president to repeal a finance law that introduced new taxes that have burdened Kenyan households already struggling with the rising cost of basic commodities. Now, in some areas, protesters barricaded roads, burnt tires, and engaged the police in running battles. The government deployed heavy security in these areas. Schools in the country's three main cities at Nairobi, Mombasa, and Kisumu remained closed. There were two other rounds of protests this month which turned violent and claimed the lives of at least 14 people, with 10 shot dead by the police. In Nairobi, more than 50 children were admitted to hospital after tear gas was fired into their classroom. Human rights organizations have strongly criticized the police for what they call their excessive use of force last Wednesday. The head of police announced that the anti-tax protests had been banned despite a decision by the High Court to reject a request to make them illegal. Let's now listen to what President Ruto had to say today.
We have absolutely no issue with any constitutional provision on picketing or even on demonstration. But we cannot be a country of chaos. We cannot be a country of violence. And nobody should take advantage of any constitutional provision to perpetuate violence, to perpetuate anarchy, and to destroy people's property and cause loss of life.
But as the political grandstanding between the government and the opposition continues, just how do Kenyans feel about these sustained protests?
As a country, I think we are going in the wrong direction. It's only for the two leaders to come together and respect each other and agree on the way forward.
My request is that all demos cease and that Kenyans give the president time to do his job.
Definitely it's affecting our business, matatu sector, because people are afraid, like today, they are indoors. Because they are fearing, because there is insecurity.
Well, joining us now is the BBC's Dorcas Wangira, who's been following the developments closely across the country. Dorcas, thanks for joining us. What would you say has been the impact of today's protests?
Well, quite a huge impact. To begin with, children in Nairobi, Mombasa, and Kisumu, the main towns in the country, have not gone to school. We've had railways suspended. We've had people close their shops in town. It has not been business as usual. And there have been instances where people have been injured by the police. There are reports by local media that one person has been killed, and even healthcare workers saying that they've not been able to administer healthcare to people who are in hospitals. While it is a sigh of relief because the government has just announced that schools will reopen tomorrow, a lot of disruption has happened today.
Well, prior to today's demos, the United Nations had issued a statement, and I want to read it. They had raised concerns about widespread violence, allegations of unnecessary or disproportionate use of force by the police. Was any of this witnessed today?
Well, today we could say compared to last week, Friday, there was a little bit of restraint. And I remember there have been reports that 23 people had been killed just last week alone. Well, today we're hearing reports of one person in Makueni outside Nairobi. However, there still needs to have stock taken of just how much maybe people were hurt, and also in terms of where the police were able to respond very fast this morning. And also, I must say that the Kenya's Foreign Affairs Minister did come out earlier today, and he was sort of condemning or denying what the UN had said, saying that not that much violence was witnessed and not as many as 23 people had been killed.
Well, Dorcas, the opposition is blaming the government for the high cost of living, but the economic turbulence that is being witnessed in Kenya isn't unique to Kenya alone. It's being witnessed across the continent, if not across the world. How genuine are the demands of the opposition?
Well, I think that's a very difficult question to answer. And I would say first, it depends on who you ask. However, right now in Kenya, the cost of living is a very emotive, personal issue, lowering the cost of living. But now we are seeing food prices have gone up, electricity prices are also set to go up. We have the Finance Act, which was enacted in Eve. So with all the events of this that has happened, the cost of living is a big issue, but the government insists that the opposition is just using this for their own expediency.
Well, Dorcas Wangira, thank you so much for joining us for that and for staying on top of that and giving us those details. Well, let's now switch gears, and Ghana's government has launched its first ever HIV self-testing program earlier today. The program is aimed at encouraging citizens to know their status as part of efforts to curb the spread of the virus, also to improve early detection and treatment. The Ghana AIDS Commission reports that there are more than 350,000 persons living with HIV in the West African country. However, only 71% of those are aware of their HIV status. And according to health officials, the remaining 99% who do not know their status pose a major concern in HIV prevention. Be spreading the virus unknowingly. Well, the country is hoping that the absolute privacy and confidentiality associated with HIV self-testing will encourage many to check their status for early detection and treatment. Joining us now to talk a little bit more about this is Dr. Stephen Ayisi Ado. He's the program manager at the National AIDS Control Program in Ghana. Dr. Ado, thanks for speaking with us. What would you say are the key benefits of this HIV self-testing program rollout?
Thank you very much. As you've already indicated, 71% of people know their status. These over 101,000 people who don't know their status are in the general population of 30.8 million. And we've embarked on various initiatives to be able to reach them, routine testing through facilities in areas that we think we can be able to identify the people. We have had programs towards key populations because their prevalence is 18% among people who have sexually transmitted infection, because their prevalence is 12%, and among sex workers, 4.6%. Now, despite all these efforts, we still have these people who have not been reached. We, by our plans, have targeted that we should achieve the first 95 by 2025. And so we need to do beyond the normal and to be able to introduce initiatives such as self-testing. And we are aware that learning from other countries, Eswatini, Malawi, and other countries who have achieved the first 95, this has been a game changer. And so we are excited that today we will be able to roll out this. Preceding this has been some preparatory activity, sensitization, and we hope that self-testing empowers the population. It reduces barriers to accessing healthcare in the facilities. The stigma associated with sometimes being supervised by a health worker, the healthcare institution barriers are taken away, and people can have this in a very comfortable, confidential space. And we also noticed that even in the preparatory activities, there are some other benefits. we are able to notice an increased linkage of the people who are positives to treatment, and then also
I want to jump in and just hear from you. Dr. Ado, allow me to jump in and just ask you this. Do you anticipate any challenges in the rollout? For example, some countries have policies on who can use self-test kits and how, and when as well. Is this something that you would recommend for Ghana?
Okay, so far we took into consideration all of that, and because of the concept of matured minors, we know that people above 16 can use the test, themselves. And there had been the debate about letting children test themselves, but those who are matured minors have been defined in our strategic plan, and it can happen. The other issue we anticipated some form of domestic violence. In the pilot, we didn't see that, all right, and so we don't think it will be a barrier. The other challenge also has been issues about stigma and discrimination, but we know that it's a formidable issue we need to address, like other countries did that. And then last but not the least, to be able to have an effective self-test program, you need to have a reliable commodity, routine testing to be able to confirm. And this is one of the things we need to ensure sustainability of procurement of these commodities, to avoid the challenge of stockouts, so that people, when they do the self-test, which is a tried-in test, will not confirm.
So if someone was to use these kits, do they need another test, maybe one at a hospital, just to confirm the results from the self-test kit?
Yes, because Ghana is a low prevalence country, 1.6%, and WHO recommends that we need 3 tests in the algorithm to confirm a person to be positive. So using the HIV self-test kit only gives an outcome of whether you are reactive or not. If you are reactive, then you need to continue and then be confirmed before we declare you positive, so that we do not pick false positives. So far in our pilot, we've had cases of false positives, and that reinforces the principles that a recommendation of the WHO. So you need to get to the nearest health facility and be assisted to complete the algorithm. Then we can
leave the conversation there,
positive and link it to treatment.
Okay, thank you so much there, Dr. Stephen Ayisi-Ado, who's the National Program Manager, at the National AIDS Control Program in Ghana. Meanwhile, still to come, a chance at winning the Golden Cup. We jet off to Rabat, Morocco, where we will get a glimpse at where the Atlas Lionesses were trained for their Women's World Cup debut.
Hits 103.9 FM, the official mouthpiece of tertiary institutions, brings you the Hits Tertiary Show. Friday, 21st July 2023. The Hits Tertiary Show stops at the Ghana Communications Technology University in Tesano.
Join us as we interact, socialize, and have fun at the Ghana Communications Technology University Tesano on Friday, 21st July 2023 from 2 p.m. live on Hits 103.9 FM. There'll be loads of fun and entertainment as we deliberate on issues bothering students live on radio.
Which tertiary institution do you represent? Watch out for the Hits Tertiary at a campus near you. For enquiries, call 0540-106-467 or 0559-691-797.
Follow us on our social media platforms with the hashtag Hits Tertiary. Hits Tertiary Radio Show is brought to you by Hits 103.9 FM and partnered by the Ghana Communications Technology University. Sponsors, Access Bank, more than banking. Unidos Long Love Condoms. Certain moments should last longer. Niche Confectionery, a taste of Ghana.
I'm at the point in life, if you understand me or not, misunderstand me or not.
On Africa. Now, South Africa has joined the list of countries globally that have officially recognized sign language as part of its official languages. Human rights groups have termed this as a win for those who are born deaf and who can't hear well. For far too long, deaf people have been marginalized, and the language barrier makes it harder for them to communicate freely with people in the society and when seeking government services. Now, sign language has always been recognized in South Africa by different laws. For instance, in 1966, it was recognized in the South African Schools Act, but the absence of a constitutional requirement gave education officials options to either provide the service or disregard it. Now, this was always dependent on their budgets and their priorities. So will this constitutional amendment have any huge impact? Well, we want to find out, and I'm now joined by Professor Emeritus Theodorus du Plessis, who's a lecturer at the Sign Language and Deaf Studies Department at the University of the Free State. Professor Theodorus, thanks for making time for Focus. So what exactly does this mean for the country?
Well, as you said, the question is, what does it change? South African Sign Language has been recognized in the Constitution as a language that needs to be promoted and developed. It was made a language of schools, all public schools in 1996, as you said. And language rights, linguistic human rights were awarded to all citizens, including the deaf, also in 1996. The issue in South Africa is that our language rights are linked to our Bill of Rights, like in many other countries, but the language rights are not linked to languages being official. And it's logical because we've had 11 official languages, from today 12, and as you know, it's virtually impossible to have so many languages. The International Convention is maximum 3. So therefore, we don't link rights to your language being official. So making it official doesn't give you more rights.
So Professor Theodorus, do you see a situation where a budget will be set aside to facilitate sign language now as an official language? Could that happen?
Well, I think that's the idea, but this issue has been dodged since the deaf have asked for the language to be officialized. In many debates, questions were asked about this. We've never seen a budget so far. Apparently, you hear between the lines that they're running around looking at the budget. But you can imagine this is a huge cost. Sign language in South Africa is not a written language. So everything you document needs to be videoized. So you need videos, and which is a very expensive commodity. So we trust, obviously, that there'll be a budget, and I can imagine deaf people particularly now have very high hopes. So I think it would not be nice from government to disappoint these people and to thrash their hopes.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Emeritus Theodorus du Plessis, who's a lecturer at the Sign Language and Deaf Studies Department at the University of the Free State. Now, Morocco's national women's football team is set to make history at this month's Football World Cup in Australia and New Zealand. The Atlas Lionesses is also the first team from the Arab nations to reach the tournament. Recent successes for the team comes off the back of a big push to change attitudes towards women's football in the country. The BBC's Ian Williams reports.
Passing on the football baton, Morocco is hoping girls like these are the future of both its international team and its women's professional league, which kicked off in 2020.
We knew that there is a lot of area of improvement in the women game.
Muad Okocha helped set up Sporting Club Casablanca 4 years ago in the third tier of Moroccan women's football. Last season, they finished second in the top flight.
You have to give to those ladies conditions in order to succeed. They will feed automatically our national team to make it the best in Africa and one of the best in the world.
Funding from the Football Federation means each team in the top 2 divisions receives money for wages and facilities. Sporting Club Casablanca now has full-time pros from Nigeria, Mali, Burkina Faso and Ivory Coast, with players earning up to $1,000 a month.
There has been a great development year after year. Our club gave us stability and helped us develop our qualities.
The league's profile and the money on offer mean that parents who weren't keen on their daughters playing football are now sometimes asking for extra training.
At the beginning of football history, this sport was male. The women must stay home to look after children. I see the contrary. The women can develop many areas through football.
Men's football has traditionally been more important, but the Women's Pro League is just one part of the Federation's $65 million a year investment designed to level the field. This is one of 8 training pitches at the Mohammed VI complex just outside of Rabat. It cost $60 to build. It is home to Morocco's international football teams, juniors.
So there's a reason I am so excited about today's episode of the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show. And that's because we are coming to you from the Vista Valley Enclave of Buena Vista Homes. I've been constantly talking to you about how serene and beautiful the houses at Buena Vista Homes are. Just observe the peace and quiet in this area. But that's not all. What if I told you the houses you see here are 20 years and even more? It all boils down to what goes into crafting these beautiful homes you see here at the Vista Valley Enclave of Buena Vista Homes, which is very close to the much talked about Celebrity Golf Course. There's a lot more to expect in this episode. You don't want to miss anything. My name is Efia Fosua. The show is proudly sponsored by Buena Vista Homes, where homes are not built but beautifully crafted. You're streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube. Please do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. I'll introduce my guests after this break. But before then, come with me. Let me give you a quick tour. Wouldn't you love that? Come with me.
A real home is one carefully crafted by the master craftsman. And when it comes to it, Buena Vista Homes are the finest and the very best. Buena Vista Homes are not built, they are crafted. Embrace your dream environment where greens are lush, serenity is unmatched, and privacy is a sure guarantee. Exceed the limit of your imagination with Buena Vista Home. Go for everything worth the price. Your home is your pride, and a Buena Vista home must undoubtedly be your signature home choice. Visit www.mabuenahomes.com or call 0303 401 401 or 050 304 728. Buena Vista homes are not built, they are crafted.
You're welcome back from the break. So in my introduction, I did indicate, or from the videos that I showed you of some of the beautifully crafted homes here at the Vista Valley Enclave of Buena Vista Homes. You could tell clearly from how solid the structures were, how beautiful, how serene the area is. Now, a number of factors come to play on why those buildings have been able to stand the test of time even after 20 solid years. a number of factors come to play. But then today we get to delve into the material choices in real estate and how that plays a critical role in how beautiful, strong, or otherwise your buildings can become at the end of the day. I'm sure you want to be on the good side, and so today we're privileged, and I have with me, as always, two of the finest brains. I love to qualify them with the finest brains because indeed, from their works and everything we have seen them do in Ghana's real estate industry, you know, their works speak for them. Today I have with me Kwabena Nyako. He's an accomplished architect, and Samuel Ewu. He is also a chartered accountant and a quantity surveyor. Today they get to talk to us about the material component in real estate and how you can factor that so far as the real estate and building is concerned. Right, gentlemen, you're welcome to the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show.
Thank you.
Right, our viewers are always excited to see your handsome faces. And they're learning a lot as well. Delve into our topic for the day, material choices in real estate. The beautiful buildings here are 20 years plus. We'll delve into that. We'll get to understand why that's the case. It looks as though they were built just yesterday.
Yeah, that's all right.
Right. And so let's begin with the cost component when it comes to material choices in real estate. I'll start with you, Sam.
Yeah, so I think that we need to look at the structure of the cost structure in any building project. Usually materials will form up to say 60% of the components in there. You would have a labor component, which is also about 20% on the average. And then we have what we call the overheads and the profits, which take care of the additional 20% to square it up to 100%. So materials will always be a very huge factor when it comes to construction, which is why the choices of materials will be very important and will have a huge impact on the longevity of the building, on the stability of the homes or the structures and stuff like that. And materials need to be looked at very critically, very carefully. And a lot of consideration must go into the choices that inform what one picks or otherwise in a particular project.
Right. Kwabena, is there any relation between the designs you put up and then the material choices at the end of the day? Do you take all of those into consideration, even at the design stage?
Yes. I think your physical expression of the building is also an aggregate of the various materials that you choose and that you use. And sometimes even the material choices dictate the design. Certain materials may not do very well in certain areas, but they are the kind of expression you want in the design, you know. So you look at, you know, things like that and decide even where to place those materials in the design. So design and choice of materials go hand in hand, you know. It's hand in glove, as they say.
Okay. You know. So if at the design stage consideration was given to the selection of a particular certain materials, and then the contractor goes ahead to make some changes, that could affect the final outcome of the building at the end of the day?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And my advice is always that consult the architects or the designers if you want to change materials for any reason. You know, it's always best to go back to your architects and seek professional advice.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Sammy, let me come back to you. How significant is a material component in the cost of a building?
Yeah, okay, so like I said earlier, it constitutes about 60%. Okay. You know, hovers generally about 60% of the entire building cost. Right. And so that is very huge, and it's the reason you will want to pay specific and particular attention to especially the specifications around the materials that the designers have preferred that are used in the particular project. Right. So it's a very huge component of the entire building process.
Okay. So then my next question would be, how then do I ensure the right materials are being used? Okay.
So the first way to ensure the right materials are being used is to use the right professionals. Right. Because the professionals will detail out for you right at design stage what materials they want. The architect would always have in mind a certain concept. Okay. He will always have in mind at the end of the project how the visuals should look like. So it's an interplay of strength of materials and there's
Fellow Ghanaians, good evening, and thank you very much for joining us on Upfront on the JoyNews channel. It's Wednesday, the 12th day of July 2023. Feels like a very wet day, has been raining where we find ourselves today, but of course, lots of issues have also been happening in the country. Now, today in Parliament, for instance, there's been lots of conversations in Parliament. First, the minority in Parliament wanted to be marked as absent with permission because they were not in Parliament and that they had gone to solidarize or show solidarity with their colleague, the Member of Parliament for Asin North. Well, the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, says anytime they do not show up in Parliament, anytime they go to court, they would be marked as absent without permission. That led into a lot of discussions here and there, but well, that was the Speaker's ruling, so that's just by way of things happening in Parliament. And still on happenings in Parliament, well, we know that Parliament has actually ordered a probe into a leaked audio in which we're told a senior police officer and one other person planning a scheme against IGP Dr. George Akuffo-Dampare. Well, Parliament is going to be investigating that. I'm sure there are some of you who may have, listened to the leaked audio. Well, Parliament says they would look into it, so would wait for Parliament's verdict. But also in Parliament, the law on the production of cannabis, well, that particular section that was struck out by the Supreme Court has been debated and passed in Parliament. Also today, the governing New Patriotic Party, now the vetting committee, submitted its report, and all 10 flag bearer aspirants have passed and would go on and campaign and wait for the party's Super Delegates Conference on the 26th of August 2023. Already there are some conversations about some alliance. We'll see what happens in the NPP. My name is Winston Amwan. But tonight our focus is on inflation. Because by November 2022, Ghana's rate of inflation at 50%. Lots of us were concerned because at the time, well, you had a rising, a depreciating Ghana cedi coupled with the high rate of inflation. It means a lot of things had become difficult for many of us. In fact, we had complained about how the prices of goods and services were rising by the day. In fact, for many of us, we complained and said, the rate of inflation cannot be 50%. But of course, as we do know, it all boils down to the rate. And so your inflation may be different from the national average. And then by December 2022, it had risen to 54%. By January 2023, it had reduced to 53.6%. Then it reduced to 52.8% in February 2023. By March, we had seen a significant reduction to 45.0%. And then in April, 41.2%. So we said, well, this is what we've all been waiting for. We had talked about how at the time, signing on or, having a staff level agreement had even changed things because we had seen some bit of appreciation when it comes to the Ghana cedi compared to the dollar. Well, that trend quickly changed. By April, yes, it had increased to 42.2%. But by April, it still had reduced to 41.2%. Then in May, we saw a reversal of the trend. Because in May, it increased to 42.2%. And in June 2023, 42.5%. What that means is that we've seen a 0.3% increase in the rate of inflation. But of a particular concern to many of you is the food inflation. Today we're told that in June, we have a food inflation of some 54.2%. Now, that's a 3% increase from the 51% in May 2023. And if you compare that in April 2023, it was 48.7%. You ask the simple question, what is causing the rise in food inflation? After all, we have been implementing loads of policies over the period aimed at ensuring that we are able to produce enough food. Have those programs that we've implemented in the past not yielded the right results? Or as always, there could be other factors affecting us. This evening on Upfront on the Joy News channel with me, Winston Amoah, our focus is on Ghana's rising food inflation and how we can reverse the trend. When we return after these messages, I'll be introducing my guests to you this evening, and then the conversations will begin. So welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on Upfront on the Joy News channel. This evening we're joined by Dr. Charles Nyaba, who's Executive Director of the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana. And we also have Anthony Morrison, who's CEO of the Chamber of Agribusiness, both joining us to have a conversation about Ghana's rising inflation, particularly the food inflation, and how we can reverse this trend. Good evening, gentlemen, and thank you very much for joining us. We believe that you're doing very well this evening.
Yes, very
great. Thank you. Thank you once again. So let me start off with you, Dr. Charles Nyaba. So, I mean, this is a conversation we had in the past. We've talked about, Ghana's rising food inflation. But of course, we're hoping that, by now, having talked about all the challenges we had, February, it was not that bad. But then it's been rising since. What's really the problem, Dr. Charles Nyaba?
Thank you. Good evening yourself, and then my good friend from Morrison. I think if you follow food prices in Ghana, you agree with me that what we are seeing now is not abnormal at all. We classify this part of the season as a lean season, where farmers would have depleted their stock to use in producing for the new season. We've also realized that in last year, when the main season started, our cost of production increased from 2,100 Ghana cedis to produce 1 acre of maize, rice to 3,900 Ghana cedis. And that the cost of high production was due to a number of factors. Some were domestic, some were international. At the international level, prices of input went very high. Fertilizers increased from 180 Ghana cedis previous years to almost 400 Ghana cedis. Cost of seeds went high. Government reduced subsidies on inputs, seeds, and fertilizers. Fuel prices went high. So that actually pushed cost of production very high. So majority of farmers actually have to reduce their farm sizes. Others have to shift from producing staple foods to tree crops like cashew. So this also impacted on supply of food for last year. So you realize that last year the total quantity of food that actually supply is less than the demand. So we were expecting to actually see what's happening, and we predicted that coming. So around this time of the season is where farmers who would have stored small to actually use for this year's production will have sold everything. So when you go to the market, I mean, what you are expecting to see, you are likely not to see that in the market.
Let me bring Farmer Morrison in at this point and get his view also on, what is happening, why we're having to experience, these high rates. Anthony Morrison.
Well, very good evening to your cherished viewers, and good evening to yourself and my good friend Charles.
Yes, I perfectly agree with Charles. We made these presentations last year. We made it clear that Ghana was likely to face high inflation in food as a result of certain indicators that we picked up, some of which was alluded to by Charles. In addition to that, as a country, we have failed to make the necessary budgetary allocation or investment for food and food systems in the country. If you realize over the past 12 years, no government has made any budgetary or investment of our GDP more than 1% towards our food production in the country. And you have also realized that population have increased more than 3% ever since. And according to the Malabo and the Maputo Declaration, of which Ghana is a signatory, our expectations were that we will be making no less than 10% of our GDP or budgetary allocation for agriculture. That hasn't been the case over the past 12 years. The only budgetary allocation we've seen slightly gone above 1.1 was when the former NDC government was in power. So I think as a country, we have failed to properly align our indicators properly. Our set out priorities have failed us. We have failed to align to global phenomena and to take strategies to forestall some of these happenings. For instance, why is it taking government and Ghana so long to have its own fertilizer factory when we have started oil exploration some 10 years ago? Our strategies are not in line with our priorities. For instance, when you look at our national security indicators, of which global national security indicators have continuously to downgrade us. First of all, they look at three key areas. First, policy commitment by governments. Two, national priority areas. And three, alignment of our policies towards national priorities and global phenomena. So to a large extent, I think that there is more to be done, both in private and public investment for agriculture systems in the country.
Let me just find this one, because I'm just looking at, the CPI for June, and I see vegetables, plantain, and the rate of inflation is 40.8%. Even live animals, meats, and other slaughtered animals is 51.6%. Milk, dairy products, eggs, 56.5%. I mean, vegetables have a rate of inflation of 40%. I mean, at the beginning of the year, we've not had a very bad weather in itself. So, Anthony Morrison, why would we have a 40% inflation when it comes to vegetables, for instance?
Okay, so let me take from vegetables and I'll talk about the livestock as well.
Sure.
So for instance, the vegetables, if you look at it, we argue that a lot of farmers do not necessarily use the organic fertilizers. And at the time where fertilizer prices have shot up, our expectations were that government would have removed the cost on organic fertilizers so that vegetable producers can adopt organic fertilization. That hasn't been the case. So government obviously was looking at the same universal application. Now, just as it was alluded to by Dr. Charles, the cost of production doesn't differ from cereals and grains to vegetables. They all adopt the same agronomic practices. Land clearing that has gone up in terms of plowing and harrowing, the cost of seed. And let me add that Ghana only produces just about 3 to 4% of its vegetable seeds that we consume. We import more than 95% of all vegetable seeds. So as our cedi depreciates against the dollar or other major currencies, so will be required of us to spend more cedis to buy more dollars or other currencies to be able to procure some of these vegetable seeds. So as a country, we may need to invest into our seed industry The likes of WACI, West Africa Center for Crop Improvement, SARI of CSR, and the likes have been doing a great job. The only way we can forestall some of these problems is to invest heavily into R&D, research and development. That is the only way we can remain competitive or to be able to engage actively with our competitors. We are chasing the goals because we failed over the past 20 to 30 years to make any meaningful investment into research and development. Go to CSR and see the kind of resources and equipment and gadgets that they are working with at their labs. Does CSR have any of the top labs comparable to any of the European countries to be able to do some of the critical research for growth within the agriculture sector? It's a no. And let me come to the livestock.
Okay.
The cost of transhuman issues, especially in the ECOWAS sub-region. If you are moving cattle from Ghana to Ivory Coast, cattle from Ghana to Nigeria, it's a little bit cheaper. In fact, I wouldn't say it's a little bit, it's 70% cheaper than when you move cattle from Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Mali into Ghana. The cost of vaccination of one cattle is about $12. Meanwhile, when you are moving from Ghana to other countries, it's about $3 to $4. In some cases, it's even free.
Okay.
So if we are having problems with our dairy foods, it's also because as a result of the fact that 70% of our dairy foods come from outside the country, the sub-region, majority from Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, and other neighboring countries. So if you go to Tulaku, for instance, close to Michel Camp, over 10,000 of goods are brought there on a monthly basis, and they are all sold out. Where do we get them from? We get them from Niger and Mali. Those are the Sokoto, Gudari, the West African dwarfs, and the likes. So there is a lot to be done when we're talking about, these days we don't want to be talking on media and stuff like that. People are thinking we are taking advantage, but the issues are real. The issues are eminent, and we need to take the necessary steps to forestall this. Sometimes it's not just good talking about a bad situation, but it's what we have, and you can't keep complaining. Why do we keep lining over 60 to 100 trucks going to Burkina Faso to import when the humidity in Ghana and the salinity of the soil can give us about 7.2 bricks, which is better than anywhere in the world? So we have ourselves to blame for not investing heavily into research and development. For me, that is where we need to start from.
Great. So let me bring in, Dr. Nyaba. Dr. Nyaba, you're looking at, for instance, you're looking at, the rate of inflation, and you're told even fish, local, from the sea, and its rate of inflation is 90.8% year on year, 90.8%. You're looking at garden eggs, 81.2%. I mean, how's that the case, Dr. Nyaba?
Yeah, so as my colleague from Morrison indicated, you see the basis for inflation in the livestock sector. Let me take them one by one. If you take poultry, for instance, poultry farmers depend 70% of their feed from maize and soybeans. And if you look at last year, because of cost of fertilizer and cost of seeds, cost of fuel, which influence cost of plowing, most maize farmers shifted into producing tubers and then leguminous crops. So because of that, majority of poultry farmers have to actually close down, others have to scale down their production. And I think there was a point in time that there were calls from government to actually do something about it. We didn't hear anything. When you take the dairy products, like the cattle and then the goat and the sheep, last year we had to travel to Mamikro in the Afran Plains to go and settle disputes between cattle farmers and crop farmers. That conflict alone led to cattle farmers losing over 1,000 cows around that area. So we have to move them to the cattle ranches that were created by government in the Afran Plain North. But when they got that, most of them actually refuse to enter there and they have to sell out their cattle. Another issue has to do with the Boko Haram insurgents that actually block the movement of vegetables from Burkina Faso, Togo to Ghana.
Okay.
Within the period, you realize that some trucks were actually banned, some drivers killed for trying to bring onions, tomatoes, and other things from Burkina Faso to Ghana. So most of those who were involved in trading these vegetables to Ghana actually stopped. We indicated earlier when the former minister said that we were self-sufficient in vegetable production. We said that we get about 90% of our vegetables from Burkina. So when that happened, and Burkina-based blocked their borders, in fact, tomato prices went very high, pepper prices went very high, the same to garden eggs and the rest of the vegetables. Now, if you come to the middle belt, where we used to depend so much on vegetables like garden eggs, like tomatoes in Adam, all those areas, the farmers have shifted into producing cashew. Okay, so it has also impacted the number of farmers who are into vegetable production and the supply in the market. So all that influenced the prices. Now, as we speak, last year government passed a law that actually removed all waivers on agro products. So those who are bringing agro products like fertilizers, like seeds, like tractors, they have to pay full duty and taxes on them. So that has also pushed the price very high. Today, when you go to the market, you cannot even get hybrid seeds to buy because we import them. We produce little hybrid seeds in the market. I've spoken to most importers who have their seeds in the ports. They could not clear because they cannot even afford to pay the duties. So all these are factors. Now, if you also look at the exchange rate differential, it's also impacting on the food that we bring in. You indicated earlier on that around March, April, when the inflation went down a bit. It was because around that period, you realize that our cedi strengthened against all the major currencies. So importing them and bringing them, the price becomes cheaper. But from May till now, the exchange rate, the cedi has depreciated again. So it has also impacted on the price of imported food items. So all these are factors that are impacting on the price that we are seeing. Now, apart from that, I indicated earlier on that this is the hard period for farmers. They have sold everything, there is nothing to put in the market. So we have to continue to depend on the importation. And that's why you see that the local food items, the inflation is a bit lower than that of the imported food items. So this is the time, I agree with Morrison, that investment in the sector is actually limited for the past few years. And this year is even worse.
Okay.
You know, the ministry has removed all subsidies on fertilizers and seeds. And we are still waiting for alternative investment that farmers will get.
Okay.
But as we speak, there is no hope because we haven't had anything that is coming on board for farmers. So if those issues are not addressed, it will further escalate cost of production and which will also affect food that will be available for the market in 2024.
Now, talking about, you can see that the prices of, the rate of inflation of, imported things are, higher. Are lower, for instance, are higher than even the local ones. If you look at granules, granules, shelled. Now, that's local. That has a year-on inflation of 125%. Tea bags, which is imported. So you can actually see dog meat, local, has a rate of inflation of 102%. Then palm oil, red oil, local, 98%. Fish, local, 90%. Shea butter, local, 87%. Salt, local, 83%. Herrings, smoked fish, local, 82%. So the reality you see here is that a lot of them are actually local, and this is where is used for wider engagement, majority of which are food, and they are local, very, very expensive, and the rate of inflation sometimes over 100%, Charles.
Yeah, so I agree with you on that score. But you see, the farmer is also a rational investor. So if a farmer thinks that if I sell my bag of granite, which I sold last year for 300 Ghana cedis, This year, if I sell it for 300 Ghana cedis, I won't be able to buy a bag of fertilizer, which I would have bought last year. We're going to put the price in a way that we'll be able to also buy the farm inputs in the market. So if you look at cost of other factors of production, which is beyond the control of the farmer, cost of plowing, for instance, last year, which was going for around 150 Ghana cedis, in most places going for 300 Ghana cedis. And it's due to cost of clearance of tractor parts and then the tractor itself from the force. If you take a fertilizer, for instance, the solar fertilizer we're getting for around 320 Ghana cedis. The same one is going for 400 and 450 Ghana cedis. So if a farmer already has maize or groundnut to sell in the market, if you sell the price at which I would have sold last year, we'll be able to acquire the input to produce this year. When the farmer have no option than to peg the price in the
Kwejo, why are you late?
Yes, Kojo. Why are you late again?
Kwejo.
Can't you talk?
See, Mommy, I could lie like Amma and say I was doing my homework with my friends. Or lie like Amma and say I was helping Grandma buy food. Mommy, I will not lie like Amma. I was playing with my friends, and that is why I'm late.
Homework now. Thank you for not lying to me. Your Calipo is in the fridge.
Calipo, the natural fruit juice drink.
Abby, you know that.
This advert is FDA approved.
You need the EcoBank salary account, bro. See, with the EcoBank salary account, you will enjoy free life insurance, free debit card, save while you spend, and an amazing chance to double your salary. And even more consolation rewards in the EcoBank double salary promo reloaded.
Guy, this EcoBank salary account sounds interesting. What do you think?
Yara, but maybe next time, Charlie. You know what? I'll go shine my shoe.
Yo, myself, I'll go check my BP.
We going up, never go down, and we stay fly.
Hey, Chairman, you see the white sign it here.
Open an EcoBank salary account today for a lifetime of benefits. You also stand a chance to win more than double your salary in the EcoBank Double Salary Promo Reloaded from now till July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
And the job life regardless.
This promo is under the supervision of the National Lotteries Authority under the Caritas Lottery Platform.
Under the distinguished patronage of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Ghana National College celebrates its 75th Speech and Prize-Giving Day under the theme 75 Years of Holistic Education, Nurturing Leaders for the 21st Century. Date, July 22nd, 2023. Time, 8 a.m. Venue, Ghana National College, Cape Coast. The celebration will be climaxed with other landmark events as follows. July 16th, Regional Church Service. July 19th, Inter-House Debate. July 20th, Nananum Inspire followed by a sit-down. July 21st, Football Gala, AGM, Flag-raising ceremony and more. July 22nd, Speech and Prize-Giving Day, Fundraising Dinner Dance. July 23rd, Thanksgiving Service, swearing in new executives, Omuto Fufu Gathering, Pool Party. Nananum Enyansafo.
So there's a reason I am so excited about today's episode of the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show. And that's because we are coming to you from the Vista Valley Enclave of Buena Vista Homes. I've been constantly talking to you about how serene and beautiful the houses at Buena Vista Homes are. Just observe the peace and quiet in this area. But that's not all. What if I told you the houses you see here are 20 years and even more? It all boils down to what goes into crafting these beautiful homes you see here at the Vista Valley Enclave of Buena Vista Homes, which is very close to the much talked about Celebrity Golf Course. There's a lot more to expect in this episode. You don't want to miss anything. My name is Efia Fosua. The show is proudly sponsored by Buena Vista Homes, where homes are not built but beautifully crafted. You're streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube. Please do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. I'll introduce my guests after this break. But before then, come with me. Let me give you a quick tour. Wouldn't you love that? Come with me.
A real home is one carefully crafted by the master craftsman. And when it comes to it, Buena Vista Homes are the finest and the very best. Buena Vista Homes are not built, they are crafted. Embrace your dream environment where greens are lush, serenity is unmatched, and privacy is a sure guarantee. Exceed the limit of your imagination with Buena Vista Home. Go for everything worth the price. Your home is your pride, and a Buena Vista home must undoubtedly be your signature home choice. Visit www.mabuenahomes.com or call 0303 401 401 or 050 304 728. Buena Vista homes are not built, they are crafted.
You're welcome back from the break. So in my introduction, I did indicate, or from the videos that I showed you of some of the beautifully crafted homes here at the Vista Valley Enclave of Buena Vista Homes, you could tell clearly from how solid the structures were, how beautiful, how serene the area is. Now, a number of factors come to play on why those buildings have been able to stand the test of time even after 20 solid years. A number of factors come to play, but then today we get to delve into the material choices in real estate and how that plays a critical role in how beautiful, strong, or otherwise your buildings can become at the end of the day. I'm sure you want to be on the good side, and so today we're privileged, and I have with me, as always, two of the finest brains. I love to qualify them with the finest brains because indeed from their works and everything we have seen them do in Ghana's real estate industry, you know, their works speak for them. Today I have with me Kwabena Nyako. He's an accomplished architect, and Samuel Ewu. He is also a chartered accountant and a quantity surveyor. Today they get to talk to us about the material component in real estate and how you can factor that so far as the real estate and building is concerned, right? Gentlemen, you're welcome to the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show.
Thank you.
Right. Our viewers are always excited to see your handsome faces. And they're learning a lot as well. Delve into our topic for the day, material choices in real estate. The beautiful buildings here are 20 years plus. We'll delve into that. We'll get to understand why that's the case. It looks as though they were built just yesterday.
Yeah, that's all right.
Right. And so let's begin with the cost component when it comes to material choices in real estate. I'll start with you, Sam.
Yeah, so I think that we need to look at the structure of the cost structure in any building project. Usually materials will form up to say 60% of the components in there. You would have a labor component, which is also about 20% on the average. And then we have what we call the overheads and the profits, which take care of the additional 20% to square it up to 100%. So materials will always be a very huge factor when it comes to construction, which is why the choices of materials will be very important and will have a huge impact on the longevity of the building, on the stability of the homes or the structures and stuff like that. And materials need to be looked at very critically, very carefully. And a lot of consideration must go into the choices that inform what one picks or otherwise in a particular project.
Right. Kwabena, is there any relation between the designs you put up and then the material choices at the end of the day? Do you take all of those into consideration, even at the design stage?
Yes. I think your physical expression of the building is also an aggregate of the various materials that you choose and that you use. And sometimes even the material choices dictate the design. Certain materials may not do very well in certain areas, but they are the kind of expression you want in the design, you know. So you look at, you know, things like that and decide even where to place those materials in the design. So design and choice of materials go hand in hand, you know. It's hand in glove, as they say.
Okay. You know. So if at the design stage consideration was given to the selection of a particular certain materials, and then the contractor goes ahead to make some changes, that could affect the final outcome of the building at the end of the day?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And my advice is always that consult the architects or the designers if you want to change materials for any reason. Right. You know, it's always best to go back to your architects and seek professional advice.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Sammy, let me come back to you. How significant is a material component in the cost of a building?
Yeah, okay, so like I said earlier, it constitutes about 60%.
Okay.
You know, hovers generally about 60% of the entire building cost.
Right.
And so that is very huge, and it's the reason you will want to pay specific and particular attention to especially the specifications around the materials that the designers have preferred that are used in the particular project.
Right.
You know, so it's a very huge component of the entire building process.
Okay. So then my next question would be, how then do I ensure the right materials are being used?
Okay. So the first way to ensure the right materials are being used is to use the right professionals. Right. Because the professionals will detail out for you right at design stage what materials they want. The architect would always have in mind a certain concept. Okay. He will always have in mind at the end of the project how the visuals should look like. So it's an interplay of strength of materials and the aesthetic appeal of the material. In some choices, he's making that because of a certain strength he wants to see in the project or by use of the material, and also the appeal, you know. So the choice of materials was spun, from the foundation, okay, all the way till finishes and completion. At every stage, every level, there are choices that will have to be made, and those choices are very critical.
Right. Let's delve a lot deeper into the specifications. What goes on at that point?
All right. So once the architect has come up with the design, the structural engineers have done their bit, all the other professionals have made their inputs. The critical other bit is to have a specifications list or book or document. That document takes the entire design and tears it down to the basics. Okay. What should be in the foundation? Okay. In the foundation, you would have concrete, but what kind of concrete mixes? What type or what textures or what strengths should be the components of the elements that go into, say, the concrete works. So everything is very important, and the specifications actually details out to the very minutest point as to what things should be done, sizing, weights, strengths. You know, every material comes with different properties. Right. You know, so even with, if you say blocks, its crushing strength, its size, its mix, its curing period, all of that has to be detailed out and clearly spelled out to the contractor. Right. And the contractor in building is not only to follow what is on drawing, but more especially also what is in the specifications, okay, because that is critical. If you, and then again, I mean, the specifications equally inform the cost, all right? Because if for a particular wall, the architect has specified that it should be 6 inches solid, that has a different cost from if he had said 6 inches hollow, okay, or a different cost from if he had said 5 inches solid. So dimensions, sizing, weight, specifications, and all of that inform so much, you know, when it comes to construction.
We are streaming live on Facebook and on our YouTube. Please subscribe to our channel. Get in touch with Buena Vista Homes at www.mybuenahomes.com. Also, give us a call on 0303 401 401 or 050-130-4728, and we will definitely help you get your home needs sorted out. We go for a break and return shortly with more to stay.
A real home is one carefully crafted by the master craftsman. And when it comes to it, Buena Vista Homes are the finest and the very best. Buena Vista Homes are not built, they are crafted. Embrace your dream environment where greens are lush, serenity is unmatched, and privacy is a sure guarantee. Exceed the limit of your imagination with Buena Vista Home. Go for everything worth the price. Your home is your pride, and a Buena Vista Home must undoubtedly be your signature home choice. Visit www.mybuenahomes.com or call 0303 401 401 or 050 304 728. Buena Vista Homes are not built, they are crafted.
You're welcome back from the break. You're watching the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show with me, Ifia Fusua. Today we're discussing material choices in real estate, and I still have with me Kwabena and Sami, both brains of the much touted Buena Vista Homes. You're welcome back from the break, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Let me come to you, Sami. What are some of the risks involved in purchasing my own building materials?
All right. Okay. So first of all, within the market are different materials of the same species, maybe. If you take, say, sand, usually people say, I need 2 trips of sand. And our lay mind measures sand in trips. But there are different buckets of the truck that is bringing the sand. So sometimes what happens is the guy comes to quote to you a trip of sand. He actually means maybe an 18 cubic. But because you are not aware, he brings you a 12 cubic. When he tips it down, as a lay mind, you will never see what he's brought you. You take iron rods. When you talk half-inch iron rods, which is something that most people relate to, within the half-inch bracket of iron rods, there are about 3 different sizes. You can have 11, 11 and a half, 12, 12 and a half, you know. So most of the artisans we send to go and buy as these things, you send your steel bender. I'm not saying all of them. but majority of them find their way around these things. You want half-inch iron rods, it just goes to get you 11.5 instead of 12. Okay. He pockets the difference. Take wood. A carpenter will charge you for wawa boards. Wawa boards is a higher species. It costs more. And indeed, if you check on the market for wawa board, what he has charged you is correct. But what he would deliver at your site for the work is not wawa board. All right, and you will never know. Because for you, any wood that looks, is it creamish or something? Light cream or something is wawa board. But within that space, there are different wood materials. And then you take odum, which is the most preferred for roofing materials. But within that, you have dahoma, you have all kinds of things. So it's always not the very best to want to do these things yourselves. In fact, those who attempt to take, as it were, the entire thing into their own hands, end up eventually losing out, rather than if they had engaged some professionals, people who actually know the market, can tell the difference. There was an instance where we had asked somebody to go get us iron rods, and half-inch iron rods, 1 ton. I know how many pieces should be in there. But apparently where he buys from, they always take 10 off the number. And hardly do you go to site to say, I'm going to count the number of rods in a ton. That's a lot of so you don't do that kind of check. You don't do that kind of work. But there are all kinds of tricks, when it comes to material purchases. And that is why it's always important. Always have somebody who has a certain depth of knowledge in these things to guide you, or to point you the right way or to the right place where you know for sure that they will give you the correct specification and sizing. I agree. Even for cement, you often would hear of different grades. Yes. For different purposes. You're right. I think you're a builder now. All right. I am. I'm learning from you. Am I not blessed? I'm privileged. I'm tapping. There are different grades of cement meant for different types of works. That's true. Yes, right, that's right. True. Yeah. Right, Kwabena, what are some experiences you can share with regard to people going to purchase their own building materials for their construction works? Do you have experiences to share in that regard? I have a very recent one last week where I sent somebody to go and buy some tiles. Actually, I wasn't there physically, so I couldn't go and inspect myself. So he sent me pictures, and I selected something I thought looked nice. So he went and purchased probably about 20 boxes of these tiles and had it delivered, And once he opened it and started using it, then we found out that there were different shades of color in one box. In the same box? The same box had different shades of, so the sizes were all the same, nicely packaged from the factory, maybe from Spain. I'm not even sure where these tiles came from. Okay. So what do? You've paid for it, goods sold are not returnable, you've lost your money in Ghana, you've lost some money, So that, again, answers your question. Here's a personal experience of, you have to be extra vigilant, I agree, extra vigilant. Extra vigilance and get a professional involved. And get a professional. Unfortunately, I wasn't there physically, so I couldn't. Right. So let's now move on to standardization in building. What does standardization even mean in building? Well, in every building, there are probably over 1,000 components that go into the construction of the house, or so. As much as possible, you want to, from a design perspective, you want to be able to standardize things as much as possible. First of all, it makes the process easier, the construction process easier. You don't have too many variations of the same thing you have to
do or take care of. And it cuts down costs once you standardize. It also speeds up the construction process once you standardize. Right. And it can range from door heights to door widths to window sizes to, you know, it could be anything, you know, a number of things.
Right, so I did promise there was a lot to pick from this episode, and indeed you can clearly tell we are learning a lot. But let's go for a break at this point. When we return, we'll bring you more. The show is proudly sponsored by Buena Vista Homes, where homes are not built but crafted. Reach out to us at www.mybuenahomes.com or give us a call on 0303 401 401. So easy, 0303 401 401. I'm sure your 3 months old baby can't even say this. Anyways, let's go for a break and we are back shortly. This is the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show.
A real home is one carefully crafted by the master craftsman. And when it comes to it, Buena Vista Homes are the finest and the very best. Buena Vista Homes are not built, they are crafted. Embrace your dream environment where greens are lush, serenity is unmatched, and privacy is a sure guarantee. Exceed the limit of your imagination with Buena Vista Home. Go for everything worth the price. Your home is your pride, and a Buena Vista Home must undoubtedly be your signature home choice. Visit www.mybuenahomes.com or call 0303 401 401 or 050 304 728. Buena Vista Homes are not built, they are crafted.
Hello again, you're welcome back. This is the Buena Vista Homes Real Estate Show with me, Ifia Fusua. Today we are discussing material choices in construction and what it means for the potency or the strength of your buildings. And I still have with me Kwabena and Sami. They are the brains behind the Buena Vista Homes brand. 20 years and counting, and the brand still stands strong. We are picking from their wealth of knowledge so far as construction and building is concerned. Kwabena, you're welcome back. Yeah. Right. So at the design stage, do you put in details regarding how much the size of a window should be like, a door should be like, a kitchen window, a washroom window? Do you factor in all of those at the design stage?
Yeah, we do. I mean, the process of design, you're looking at various elements, essentially how the building is going to perform. You know, one of the functions of, say, a window is to allow both light and ventilation. So depending on the use of the space, you may want to size your window appropriately, you know, so that you can have maximum benefit from lighting, good lighting and ventilation. So yes, we take all that into consideration. Even in orientation of the building, you know, we want to make sure that, say, your bedrooms, most of your living spaces have good natural ventilation as much as possible. Doing that will help you cut down the cost of using your AC because your rooms are always hot and you need to turn on the ACs and so on. So it's a process that involves quite a bit, you know. You need to think through all these things very carefully. And again, it reflects in things like sizes of doors and windows and, you know, positioning, orientation, you know, things like that.
In wrapping up, what would be your final words in relation to material choices in construction? Then I'll go to Sami for his final thoughts as well.
I'd like to recommend you always get a professional to advise in the selection of materials for your projects. They know how these materials perform. They are able to read and understand the performance data associated with every material. Every material has gone through several periods of research and so on by the manufacturer. So the manufacturer usually, in putting out the material for sale, has a performance data sheet. So they understand the performance of the material, what temperature it best performs at, even with regards to storage, how you should store the material so that the performance doesn't degrade even before you use it, and so on, you know. So always get your professional, build professional involved in the process, and you'll get the best advice, you know, from the professionals you work with.
Best advice from the professionals. And I would like to pick your thoughts. He mentioned something regarding storage of materials and what it means for their strength and performance over time. Maybe you could wrap up with that for us.
Yes, I mean, materials will always retain its performance depending on how you store them. So you have to be careful how you store it. Depending on where you store your cement, over time it could cake and so on and so forth. So storage is important. But I mean, to conclude, let me equally say that, yeah, always use a professional when it comes to choices of materials and their selection. And if you have to rely on your direct artisan or contractor, trust, but always check. Because trust, but always check. Because chances are that something may not be right when it comes to purchases.
Right. So Sami sums it up beautifully for us. Trust, but always check. But then when it comes to choosing the professionals, I have been saying this in all of our episodes. Please talk to Buena Vista Homes. Earlier, they did indicate that they are open for consultancy services for those who would want to invest in the real estate sector. Give us a call. The number again is 0303 401 401, or you can give us a call on 050 130 4728. Reach out to us on our website www.mybuenahomes.com. Just send us an email as well, and we will definitely get in touch with you. My name is Sefia Fusua. The show is proudly sponsored by Buena Vista Homes, where homes are not built but crafted. We are back same time next week with another power-packed edition. There will be a repeat of the show on Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. You can always watch us on all our social media platforms as well. We are back next week. See you.
Ghana, when there's a fire, people are more likely to call a radio station than a fire station. They believe the media will succeed where our institutions have failed. That is a huge responsibility for any journalist to shoulder. Thankfully, at JoyNews, we are more than journalists. We are agents of development. We are champions of change. We don't just report the problem, we help define solutions. We are JoyNews, home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. My name is Araba Quayson.
Stories, that's what we tell each other every day. At JoyNews, we tell your story. You have a story the world should know about? Tell it to JoyNews. We are your home of bold, credible, and fearless journalism. I am Emefa Apau.
We have seen a lot together, and through it all, the faces here at JoyNews have looked you straight in the eyes and asked the questions you've always wanted to ask. We've been fearless but compassionate. We've been relentless with our probe. we have given you the microphones.
The boy they killed is my best friend.
We here at Joy News are always honored to share each day with you. My name is Ernest Minu, and this is Joy News. Credible, fearless, and independent.
JoyNews Prime Headlines is brought to you by...
Don't take risks. Use a condom every time.
And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
Some spices, yes, sir.
We are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Hello, this is JoyNews Prime with me, Samuel Kojo Brace. Our lead stories: there's a minority in Parliament resents decision to boycott Parliament whenever Quayson is in court, but with a new strategy that could cripple business in the House.
Since they have escalated the persecution of our colleague Honorable Quayson, they should not expect cooperation from us. That is simple. We will not announce the strategy going forward. But all what we can assure you is that all options are on the table.
Well, they refute assertions that they are the ones handicapping government business in Parliament.
You couldn't do business yesterday was because your own members are not coming to work. So let the world be aware, the country be aware, that the reason Parliament is not forming quorum has nothing to do with the minority members.
Also in this bulletin, Asset North MP James Quayson in legal marathon. This time he runs to the Supreme Court again to halt the day-to-day hearing of his case at the High Court following the Court of Appeal ruling that alleged prejudicial comments by President Akufo-Addo did not influence the mode of trial. Also, One Village, One Dam was not properly thought through. Minority MPs criticized the government on the back of the Joy News documentary, Thirsty Dams. Now, later in the bulletin, soon you will have the option of checking yourself into a 4-star public toilet. We'll tell you more as the AMA begins rating public toilet.
So when we are done with the checklist, if you score below 50, it means you have failed. We will have to look at what to do. Either we close down or we take action against you.
At 8 p.m., I'll hand over to Pius Kojobaka to bring you Prime Business.
Government to introduce new quota on rice and chicken imports in the mid-year budget review come Tuesday.
Razak Musbah will join us with Prime Sports.
Well, former Black Stars forward David Akam calls on owners of football clubs in the country to increase investment in their franchise to improve the quality and competitiveness of the game.
But in Ghana, we don't invest the money into football. We make the money from football and take it somewhere else. We don't invest the money. And we always complaining.
We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, and on myjoyonline.com, as well as all our socials.
JoyNews Prime Headlines was brought to you by...
Don't take risks. Use a condom every time.
And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
Some spices, yes, sir.
Let's start off from the political sphere because there is uncertainty over the super delegate list of the governing New Patriotic Party, with several presidential aspirants raising objections to the party's process for cleaning the Special Electoral College register. The National Executive Committee of the NPP has been busy finalizing the list for the Super Delegates Congress expected to take place on August 26th. Now, the primary role of the so-called Special Electoral College is to trim the number of presidential aspirants to 5 ahead of the November Congress to elect a presidential candidate for the 2024 elections. But some presidential aspirants say the process to clean the register and finalize the list has not been transparent. We have one of them, Kwabena J. Japan, in the studio with us for a conversation on this. Well, grateful for coming.
It's my pleasure.
But first, how's the campaign going?
It's going very well. Campaigns are normally very tough, but I've been used to it, so I enjoy the difficulty and running around the country and meeting the people. There's a joy in seeing Ghanaians going through their daily troubles and all that, and meeting them in the various communities. So it's a tough ask, but I'm always prepared for tough duties.
Okay. During your launch, you were very critical of government, that you cannot pretend to say that all is well.
I think it's important after 30 years of our democracy that we create a new dawn in this country. Typically so for we, the politicians, as well. It's important that sometimes we are forthright with the Ghanaian people. I think the time has come for us to work within our means, to operate our budgets within what we can get for our revenue envelope. We cannot continue to have deficit financing of our lives. It's not sustainable. It's shown to us that we have to look inward and look at the Ghanaian people, lead by example, do the right things, cut the waste. It's important that we cut down a lot of waste. And that's why I've laid out my 6-point plan, including reducing the size of government, as a way of sending a strong signal to the Ghanaian people that it cannot be business as usual, and that the time has come for us to cut back on ourselves as a demonstration of austerity so that we can expect the support of the population. The only way we can get the population on side is when they realize that we also are leading by example.
All right. Now, we know that you are in the race to be elected as flag bearer. The number of you are 10, so it will be trimmed down to 5.
That's right.
Now, some of you are not, quite okay with the process. Are you included in those?
I'm not so sure about the headline. I think it's a bit sensational. I mean, I don't think anybody has complained about the list because we haven't gotten to that stage. I think we are talking about the process. There are 2 issues that most of us have been discussing, and all of us have been discussing it. This impression that is being created, that there's a group of 8. In fact, they are calling us a gang of 8, which is very derogatory. It's wrong, it's erroneous. Everything that we've discussed, we've made sure the Vice President is also aware of that. We wanted the Special Electoral College to assemble at one single location instead of the 16 regional capitals, because the last time it was done, there were only 10 regional capitals. Right now, there are small regions like Northeast, like Western North, like Uti. I mean, you're going to assemble only 26 or so delegates to vote. I mean, I think that is something that is wasteful.
Okay.
We believe, and also we've had a lot of staff complaints, even from a lot of the party chairmen, that they'll prefer that we all assemble at a location, so that we can have better scrutiny of the process to make sure, especially there's some restricted access to the voting area, but there are all sorts of rumors that fly around. We want a transparent and a clean process so that when the result comes out, everybody will be happy with it. Again, I want to emphasize that all of us have been having these discussions and we've been asked to have our view. Fortunately, the National Council will meet tomorrow. All aspirants have been invited. So there is no ganging up against one person. It is not true. So the media should stop that narrative. It's never true. And we're thinking about the process. Whether the special delegates, if you look at the Constitution, is intended to shortlist from 10 to 5. It is not intended to elect a winner or a presidential candidate. That's not the intention behind it. So there's a school of thought that says that, okay, perhaps we should do it like we do with the unit committee elections or with the vice chairman elections in our party, where if you take the notice of poll and there are 10 of us, you take 5, your preferred 5. So that's the discussion. Those are the 2 main issues. The last issue had to do with the display of the register. our party register is being validated or has been validated. The process that it went through, some people were not happy with it because we think that at the national level, we asked the Electoral Commission to do a public display. So the least we can do is to have a display at the party office in the constituency.
So are you happy with it, or you are part of those who are not happy with the process?
No. I don't want you to come out with such a straight talk that we are not happy with the process. All we are saying that we haven't gotten.
Some people are not happy with how the process went.
Yes, the validation.
Exactly.
Because some people have passed on. And there are some indications that they are being replaced. Meanwhile, the National Council took a decision for no one to be added on. Even if someone has lost his life, it shouldn't be added on. So if such things are happening, then it's worrying. What we want to see is a public display of the register. So that it can be verified by all the delegates that I'm in this polling station, this man has passed on, he has not been replaced. And all that. That's all is being said. That cannot constitute ganging up against one. We are looking at sanitizing the process.
So tomorrow, the National Executive Committee is meeting.
Yeah.
What's your expectation of
Well, I do hope that we can reach some accommodation. And because I think having it in one central location is a no-brainer. I mean, there are only less than 900 making up the special electoral college. There are not that many. It's less than a normal polling station. So if a polling station in Accra can field 1,500 people to vote in, so what is wrong with having just one polling station, maybe in the middle belt of the country? That can allow those from the coast to get there in good time, those from the north to get there in good time, so that by 10 o'clock in the morning we can start the voting.
So that's your expectation for tomorrow?
That is what we expect to do, because with the special electoral college, there are no time for speeches or anything. We just go in there like a voting day, you go and you vote. That's it. So that's what we want to see.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, it's a pleasure.
So Kwabena Ejapon is one of the 10 flag bearer aspirants of the NPP who will be going into this special delegate congress. We are waiting to see what the committee will come up with tomorrow at the end of that meeting. Now, to other stories, the minority in Parliament's decision to boycott parliamentary sitting whenever Jachi Quayson goes to court has changed. Now, despite Jachi Quayson having his day in court today, NDC MPs stand up on the floor with a new strategy. The NDC group says they are escalating their protest against the prosecution of their colleague as a North MP. Parliamentary Affairs correspondent Quayson reports.
It was a surprise to see NDC MPs on the floor despite their colleague, James Jachi Quayson, being in court. It became apparent later that the NDC group in the House had softened their earlier stance. Minority Chief Whip Gavin Kwame Agboja wanted to first put on the record that the NDC MPs could not be blamed for the lack of action in Parliament.
The reason you couldn't do business yesterday was because your own members are not coming to work. In fact, you can't even count 50 members this morning. So let the world be aware, the country be aware, that the reason Parliament is not forming quorum has nothing to do with the minority members. You have 138. Where are your 138? You don't have them.
Honorable Whip,
you don't have them.
Let's finish with the correction first.
So, Mr. Speaker, let it not be said anywhere in this country that the absence of the minority in Parliament has stopped this country from paying contractors, from reducing the price of petrol, from reduced poverty.
Honorable Leader.
Well, it appears the new strategy of the minority is to attend sit-ins but frustrate government business. They started with raising issues of quorum.
I rise on the authority of Article 102 on a very important matter of quorum. Mr. Speaker, with your leave.
Honorable Member, let me adopt the proceedings first.
We cannot even adopt the proceedings. We don't have a commencement quorum.
The majority could not understand why the NDC group wanted an adjournment, calling on them to be patriotic.
Please do service to Mother Ghana. Serve your country with patriotism. Serve your country with patriotism. Yeah, our colleagues should be patriotic a bit. Abba, why? We have a bill. We have an important bill to deal with. The chairman is here, and all the sponsors of the bill are ready. They are watching from the gallery.
The Speaker of Parliament had no option because Parliament simply did not have a quorum to continue sitting. He had to adjourn the House.
Honorable members, I think today will be the last day that we will raise this issue of quorum. So the fifth, I am urging you to do more. On that note, I'm bringing proceedings to a close and adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Following the adjournment, the minority leader detailed his side's new strategy.
Since they have escalated the persecution of our colleague Honorable Quayson, they should not expect cooperation from us. That is simple. We will not announce the strategy going forward. But all what we can assure you is that all options are on the table on a daily basis, and they should not expect cooperation from us.
There is a new appeal now from an NPP MP for Doma East to leadership on both sides to sit down and resolve this impasse.
So our appeal to them, I think it's about time that we look at this thing holistically. The leadership have to sit. I think Parliament leadership have to sit and look at how we can address this issue. But this part, no, will not help us. I don't think it's something that we need to continue on that side.
So that's how Parliament was. But let's do some social media reaction on Parliament's boycott there. Some people have been reacting on our Facebook. We asked the question, is Parliament fulfilling its role in serving the nation effectively, given the minorities' boycott during the Judge Quayson trial and the majority's absenteeism leading to ineffective parliamentary sittings? Let's share with you some of the comments that have come in. Hussein Nassam says, our constitution enjoined us to resist the oppressor's rule, and the minority MPs are on that course with already served notice, but the majority MPs are on French leave to campaign for an internal election. The two cannot be same. Now, Kwame Achampon says, we were in this country when an NPP MP was imprisoned, leading to his death for the same charges. None of these hypocrites said anything. Allow the constitution to work if you are a law-abiding lawmaker. You are law-abiding lawmakers. Frankly, Anku says it will even become worse if the incumbent NPP MPs file their parliamentary primaries nomination. So Thomas Yenemi says president should be blamed. Okay. Fauzi Blesko says, so is Ghana going to pay them with my tax contributions? These MPs are not serious. So representation must suffer because of some selfish behavior of some MP. They must come again. Ebenezer Odei Fianco says, minority, so if you don't go to Parliament, will you take your salaries when the month comes to an end? It's better you stop that and go back and play your role in Parliament. So that's coming from Ebenezer Odei Fianco. Now, let's still on that particular matter, member of Parliament for Yendi constituency and a member of Vice President Baumia's campaign team, Farouk Aliyu Mahama, says it is not accurate that some NPP MPs are abandoning Parliament to campaign with Vice President. For some days now, Parliament has struggled to form a quorum to do business with the minority, claiming that NPP MPs are following the Vice President around. According to Farouk Aliyu Mahama, the NPP MPs respect their duties in Parliament and have never left the House to follow the Vice President on his campaign tours.
Duties of a members of Parliament to be in Parliament. And when this Justice Quayson issues came up, it was established that the NDC took a strategy by saying they're not going to come to Parliament. So it is the stance of the NDC against the stance of we, the majority. The majority of Parliament is committed to coming to the plenary, and you can see that we've done that. The NDC strategy is to use this as a bargaining chip for us to put on the stance in terms of the court proceedings, but that is the rule of law, and we cannot interfere. Bawumia, as a person, has been a vice president who has carried himself well within the Fourth Republic, has made good gains, and is working assiduously to become the president. The MPs from Ashanti region were with Bawumia are back to Parliament. So it has nothing to do with MPs following Bawumia. For instance, I'm a strong supporter of the Vice President, but I've not followed the Vice President. I've still left the Vice President to go on his own campaign and still be committed to my work. So NDC's strategy of trying to tie everything to Bawumia is a signal that we always use, that is a signal that Bawumia is a threat to John Mahama. And I'm telling this on authority. The last time I told you that Vice President Bawumia, inshallah, by 26th of August, you will see the signal when we do the special voting. He's somebody who doesn't like to attack people, and that is how come he's called decorum with his communication team to issue a statement that we should be decorous in our statement. We are one party. we shouldn't let it be like it's a fight. And I know at the end of the day, with the temperament of Vice President Bawumia, NPP will break the 8, beat John Mahama, and will be the next government of.
Mewa Farouk Aliyu Mahama says the Vice President is not deterred by the attacks on his person by some of his opponents. The Vice President has come under a barrage of criticism from his opponent, including Kennedy Ejapon, who all say the Vice President is not fit to lead the NPP. But according to Farouk Aliyu Mahama, the Vice President will win the NPP primaries regardless.
I did the album in my constituency, and we have 800 people in the album, and I control 700 people in the album. My other contestant who contested me, and the other two have 50-50. We are all for Bawumia. So therefore, who are they going to vote for? So let's stop that propaganda. For instance, you have management that whips you in line. When we whip, it works. But let's not do the talking. Me, I believe I'm an action-oriented MP, and I've always told the Vice President that on the DD, I'm the polling agent for Yendi. At the end of the day, the end will justify it. And I can tell you, Alan Chamati is a fine gentleman, but trust me, and my late dad contested election, and I know the distinction between that time and this time, I can tell you that Bawumia is on course to win massively, both the special delegates and the 4th November elections.
Yeah, but the is on record to have said that if push comes to shove, the 8 will team up against Dr. Bawumia.
Are they God? Are they God?
But you have also teamed up with Bawumia. You are not God, are you?
But they don't have the numbers. Because Bawumia doesn't have any MP following him. I have people following me. So if you say you gang, and for even coming out to say that, it's a sad statement. There's nothing called ganging up. I think in politics, for instance, in 2007, when President Akufo-Addo didn't get 50+1, my late dad had 150 votes, and Alan had some. If they were to go for a second round, they would have. My late dad went to Alan and told him, Alan, I would support Bawumia, I would support Akufo-Addo, so join Akufo-Addo. So when today you have other, and there's already, we've not even started, and they are ganging up. It shouldn't have been a word to come out from their side. We should have.
Now, as a North MP, James Quayson is jumping through legal hoops in his quest to halt the day-to-day hearing of his case. Now, he has filed fresh processes at the Supreme Court asking for its interpretation on whether a day-to-day hearing of his case is what the Constitution means by a fair trial. This move comes on the day the Court of Appeal ruled that the alleged prejudicial comments by President Akufo-Addo and other government appointees were not a consideration for determining the mode of trial. Legal Affairs correspondent Joseph Akable reports.
Busy day in court for lawyers for James Quayson. They first had to show up at the Court of Appeal to make a case why they believe the day-to-day hearing of his case at the High Court should be put on hold. After hearing legal arguments, the Court of Appeal took the view that the matter as was before it does not mean or does not show any evidence that the High Court considered extraneous matters, particularly alleged prejudicial comments made by President Akufo-Addo, the Attorney General, and other ministers of state, which influenced the decision of the court to hold the hearing on a day-to-day basis. And so the court dismissed the request that it halt the trial at the High Court. Abraham Amaliba is unhappy about this decision.
Even though this has been dismissed, we still have some applications at the Supreme Court and we'll pursue it. But it hasn't come to us as a surprise.
The issue of the prejudicial comments, once again, the court, like the court below, took the view that those are not matters that are relevant. It did not use relevant in this instance, but just to say that there are extrajudicial comments that did not influence the decision of the court.
But how, in God's name, can the statements made by the president not weigh on a judge who is appointed by that same president? How, in God's name, can comments from the judge, from the president, not have an effect on a judge who was appointed by the president? So I'm saying that I'm not surprised, but so let's leave it at that.
Back at the High Court, the cross-examination of the state's first witness, Richard Techi-Mensing, continued. The main point centered around whether he attached evidence to the documents he submitted to the police CID. A request was made for an order to be issued for those documents to be provided, but the Attorney General pointed out that as far as he's concerned, those documents are within the court's domain. The court took the view that since the AG had indicated that they had been submitted, it was proceeding and was not going to issue any such order. This did not sit well with the legal team for Mr. Quayson.
Today is a baptism of fire for the witness. You notice that today the Attorney General could not help, but had to supplant himself to give evidence. And the evidence of the Attorney General, which is not allowed in court, and that of the witness were in sharp contrast. Indeed, you remember yesterday there was this issue of attached documents. Today, the same matter came up. The witness, in his police statement, indicated that he had attached documents. And so, counsel for J.H. Quayson requested that the witness produce those documents. However, the Attorney General became uncomfortable and indicated to the court that there were no documents attached at all. So the question now to ask, and I want the media to help me answer the question, between the witness and the Attorney General, who is speaking the truth? It's important. Because this is a discredited witness whose evidence, and you saw that he was evading questions, whose evidence cannot stand the test of time. And yet, you want to put an innocent man behind bars based on this discredited evidence? God is watching.
I mean, at the tail end of proceedings, counsel did indicate that he has filed some process under Article 130 asking for a reference to the Supreme Court. What is the concern with regards to that?
Yes, so we have filed for an interpretation. That's an interpretative issue at the Supreme Court on Article 19 of the Constitution, which has to do with fair trial. And you know, all this brouhaha is about whether the accused person would have fair trial. And so we want the Supreme Court to interpret Article 19. What does fair trial mean? Does it mean the accused person must be coming to court every day? Is that what fair trial means? And who in this country, which accused person in this country has been going to court every day? Indeed, I am informed that Vomawo, the fixed country convener, has pleaded with his court to be trying him every day. And the court said no. So between the person who is going to stage a coup, allegedly, the person who's alleged to wanting to stage a coup, and the person who signed a statutory declaration, who is so dangerous to the country that his trial must be done every day.
The case is back in court on July 26, where a motion will be moved on an application that has been filed at the Supreme Court. For JoyNews from the Law Court Complex, my name is Joseph Akable.
Now to other stories. Parliament will continue with the consideration of the Anti-LGBTQ+ bill as the Supreme Court has dismissed the case, asking that it puts the legislative process on hold. Researcher Dr. Amanda Odoi had urged the highest court of the land to stop Parliament from further work on the bill, as some of the processes so far breached the Constitution. Joseph Akable has the rest of the story.
The researcher, Dr. Amanda Odoi, holds the view that the bill imposes financial obligations on the state and can therefore not be passed as a private member's bill. She therefore wanted the court to put the processes on hold until the case is determined. The Speaker of Parliament and Attorney General's office disagreed and urged the court to turn down the request. The 9-member panel, presided over by Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu, dismissed the case, saying it has not been convinced to put the processes on hold. Senior fellow at the CDD, Professor Tichiwa Menu, is not impressed with the decision.
This was always going to be difficult. This is a case of first impression. The courts are usually quite reluctant to interfere in another branch of Parliament. So we're disappointed, but this is not the end of it.
What will be your other options? Because now Parliament has done the second reading.
Yeah, they haven't considered the bill. There is also a substantive matter that we have filed before the Supreme Court. So we'll be waiting for that case to be listed. So we have a substantive. The bill has not been passed. So today, all these issues were procedural. It was about the manner in which it was being done. But there are substantive issues about the content of the bill, and we'll get to that later.
Dr. Odoi's legal team has meanwhile withdrawn a contempt application filed against the Speaker of Parliament for allowing the second reading to take place at a time when court processes were outstanding. The substantive case remains at the Apex Court.
As watching JoyNews Prime here, still ahead. Now, one village, one dam was not properly thought through. Minority MPs criticized the government on the back of JoyNews' documentary, Thirsty Dams.
I think this policy of one village, one dam was not thought through properly. It was a propagandist policy. It was a political gimmick.
It feels like becoming an entrepreneur aside academics is never going to be possible when you're in school. Mainly because we feel that we are young and we don't have the resources and the guts to be one.
But if you believe in yourself and you have the passion to become an entrepreneur, then you already are.
Staying ahead in a highly competitive environment requires applying creativity and innovation to every aspect of your journey to becoming an entrepreneur.
Presently, entrepreneurship is driven by creativity and innovation to attain business objectives.
The explosion in technology, business, entrepreneurship, and consumption in this new era is as a result of the ongoing application of innovation.
Milton Bell once said, "If opportunity doesn't knock, build a door."
So, if you are ready to be an entrepreneur, Heritage Christian College is ready for you.
Heritage Christian College moves you from a wantrepreneur to become an entrepreneur.
Hey, Charlie, welcome back. The malaria really knocked you down, eh? Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu. You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment. Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
My name is Tina. I am a person living with HIV. I got to know my HIV status after I gave birth and lost the child because of HIV. In those days, prevention of mother-to-child transmission services had low patronage due to fear and stigmatization. Today, many HIV-positive women have delivered negative children. I follow the guidelines and take my HIV medicine called ARVs every day as prescribed and healthy, and also prevent me from passing HIV onto any future child. Please, avail yourself for PMTCT services when pregnant. It is the only way to ensure you do not pass the HIV onto your baby during birth or pregnancy. If you have tested for HIV recently and it was negative, test again when pregnant. If you have tested positive, go to the hospital after birth as directed by your healthcare provider. Your baby will be given medicine immediately and tested to ensure baby and mother are well. Let us work together to have an HIV-free generation.
Our children must be free to shine.
The EcoBank salary account, bro. See, with the EcoBank salary account, you will enjoy free life insurance, free debit card, save while you spend, and an amazing chance to double your salary, and even more consolation rewards in the EcoBank double salary promo reloaded.
Guy, this EcoBank salary account sounds interesting. What do you think?
Yara, but maybe next time, Charlie. You know what? I had to go shine my shoe.
Yo, myself, I had to go check my BP.
We going up, never go down, and we stay fly.
Chairman, you see the white sign it here.
Open an EcoBank salary account today for a lifetime of benefits. You also stand a chance to win more than double your salary in the EcoBank Double Salary Promo Reloaded from now till July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
This
promo is under the supervision of the National Lotteries Authority under the Caritas Lottery Platform.
The Pan-African Bank.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Many people think I get whatever I want because I'm a popular actress. But no, that is not true. Me Ankasano, Adebia mi yebiano, me shishimpe papano. And when I find it, I stick to it. My shishimenya Bell Pack tissues. Bell Pack ewe tea roll. Bell Pack tea roll. Soft, but not weak. Strong, but not hard. It is smooth. Me yusua, me hotome. It's just perfect. Same as the kitchen towel. Otebakwa, otimi de pepaye, otimi soki, echimu esa pepa. One Bell Pack kitchen towel lasts longer and saves you money. It's time you switch to Bell Pack today. Say here pocket tissue, table napkin, tea roll, and a kitchen towel. Bell Pack is simply the best. It's just perfect.
Nothing feels so good like Bell.
Welcome back from the break. Now, 46 people get infected with HIV virus in Ghana every day. That's according to a recent report by the Ghana AIDS Commission. To combat this, the Ministry of Health, in collaborative move, has launched an HIV self-testing program to fast-track the country's attainment of the 2030 global targets on curbing the spread of the disease in the country. There's more in the following report.
You swap on your up down and then your lower down. Let's go deep down. And after that, you place it straight into the tube where the liquid is. And then you wait for 20 minutes to check your result.
Currently, 46 people get infected with the HIV virus in Ghana every day. That's according to a recent report by the Ghana AIDS Commission. To combat the spread and to achieve the 2030 target of ending the disease in Ghana, the Ministry of Health, in a collaborative effort with international and local health partners, has introduced HIV self-testing regime targeted at all Ghanaians. Speaking at the launch in Accra, Director General of the Ghana AIDS Commission, Dr. Treme Etuahini, said the initiative will, among other things, fast-track the attainment of the 2030 global target on curbing the spread of the disease in the country.
The 2030 goal is to end AIDS. And to end AIDS, the things we need to do, number one, by 2030, we should have diagnosed 98% of all persons living with HIV in Ghana and put 98% of those diagnosed on antiretroviral treatment, and 98% of those on treatment should be supported to achieve viral suppression. And so with these targets, the second and third 98 are unachievable unless we have done the 98% diagnosis, which means that the second and third 98 targets are anchored on the first 98 target. That is what makes HIV self-testing very, very critical in our effort at achieving the 2030 target.
The Minister of Health, Azumah, emphasized the government's commitment towards combating the disease in the country.
For the period 2021-2023, under the grant cycle, government support to the National AIDS Control Program amounts to about $30.2 million. The Ministry of Health, as a result, had procured an estimated $4.9 million worth of HIV commodities in 2022, which has contributed significantly to stock situation. Though there are intermittent commodity constraints, I wish to assure you that the Ministry of Health will continue to engage its key stakeholders to ensure the regular availability of stores, medicines, and logistics in our efforts to combat HIV and AIDS.
Meanwhile, Ghanaians have been expressing mixed reactions to the initiative.
Yeah, I think it's a good initiative. Anything that improves access for people to be able to know their status and everything, I think it's a good initiative, because we all know that if you wait till a certain point in time before getting to know your status, by that time it might be too late. So anything that makes it very easy for people to know their status, I think is something that is welcome.
No, I'm not interested to try it even, so that later it will bother me. You understand? So I will not even make an attempt to it, to do the test. Yeah.
So, would you conduct a test yourself and know your status to protect yourself and loved ones? Or will you live your life without knowing your status? Your health is in your hands.
So HIV is no more a death sentence, as we've been made to know in the past. Through this self-testing initiative, you and I are being encouraged to take advantage of it to know our status. Reporting from the AMA head office here in Accra, my name is Carlos Caloni for JoyNews.
We have Dr. Stephen Ayisi-Addo, the program manager of the Ghana AIDS Commission, joining us for a conversation on this. Doc, grateful for joining us here. We understand 46 persons get infected daily in Ghana. That's alarming. Hello, Doc. Dr. Ayisi-Addo is with us. Doc, kindly unmute for us so we can follow what you're telling us.
Thank you for having me. This is Dr. Tremetria, Director General of Ghana AIDS Commission.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the correction, sir.
Yes, is having more than 40 people getting infected annually is a problem, and that makes... Hello?
I'm listening, Doc. We are with you.
Hello?
I'm with you, Doc.
Hello?
Doc, I can hear you, sir. Well, so the news is that 46 people get infected with HIV every day in Ghana. That's according to a report released by the Ghana AIDS Commission. We have the Director General with us on the line. I'm grateful to you, Doc. I'm trying to find out from you that this rate is very alarming, isn't it? Okay. All right. We apologize for this. We'll bring that to you in our subsequent bulletins. This is still the JoyNews Prime. Now, minority MPs have torn into government's one village, one dam policy, describing it as a failed policy that was not well thought through. Speaking to JoyNews on the back of our latest documentary, Thirsty Dams, which exposed the poor state of the dams constructed by government, NDC MP for Bodi, Samson Ahi, and MP for Akwetia, Henry Yadomwache, said the documentary vindicates the NDC's initial opposition to the policy.
This policy of one village, one dam was not thought through properly. It was a propagandist policy. It was a political gimmick. That is why all of us are not seeing that, even though they claim they have got some dams, but they cannot even contain water. We are in the rainy season, and when you go to most of the dams, you don't see water in them, which means they were not done properly. You understand? So, I mean, how can we spend so much and we are not getting anything from that? But I believe Ghanaians are the better judges. The evidence is there for everybody to see. When we complain that they were not doing proper dams, they said no, they were doing the right thing. So today, those communities where they dug those dams can testify whether or not government did a prudent job or not. But for me, I think this is a policy which was not thought through properly. It was rushed just to fulfill manifesto promises. That is why we are facing this situation.
People were saying, or accusation, that we are not in rainy season. That might be the reason why we couldn't say something of that nature. Now we are in the rainy season. It has been raining for the past 3 months, continuous raining, almost every week. So still, we are having a challenge. We are not seeing what actually was promised to us. So the question is, when actually are we going to see this? So that's my question.
Right. The government has invested like 200 million in this project, and the dams aren't functioning. Do you think there's been some losses to the state?
That is more than losses. How can we invest over 200 million into a project without getting a revenue or something that will benefit the community that we have done the investment? That is my worry. So we have lost a great amount of money, very big money. 200 million is not the quantum. You can just even invest it into a different sector to provide even schools under trees, provide this challenge that we have in a school feeding program, that the families and the children will be comfortable with it.
This is still JoyNews Prime. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with Showbiz.
We pass the tape and declaring plastic and I'm what? And then no. Can you not touch with them? The idea see you. As I can introduce DBS Livestock Gauge Trusses amount. They say, baby, I say, Yama minimum time, the day. And you know, you would dance. And no crow, no sending near Benina and your papa. So DBS Livestock Gauge Trusses. Yet the computer not generated. Into and I didn't go straight. And if it's a not guilty, and want to mean the Henry. A good answer, I feel finito. More musicians saw that. More music factories, and as a dark is piano. Me recommend DBS Trusses. DBS Trusses. Finito.
Totally, the all-natural fruit juice. This advert is FDA.
Madam, I'm looking for Abena.
Abena, there is someone looking for you.
Madam, please, where's Abena?
Abena, yes, ma'am. Is this who you are looking for?
Madam, please get me Abena. Please.
Della. Abena, bra.
Oh, Abena. If it's not Abena rice, I can't eat any of that. More.
Abena rice. Energy and kwa.
FDA, Ajayadi and Kratz, Yatsum.
Day by day men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve.
Vet Investment Limited.
For being here. Welcome back. Time for us to bring you showbiz, and the Queen herself is back from where?
Western
Region.
region.
You know, Charlie.
I had a fantastic time.
You will. You will.
I'm talking for I say bad day.
Seho. Sako seho.
Seho. Mako seho.
Ako se bibia.
Na kofi kinatan so wodo.
Enyo. Orobodo.
Chese or tre me town. Chese oh no. Was
actually bibia kodo.
Bibia kodo. And when we were returning, we met some wonderful fans. Actually e-vibes.
Oh, okay.
The service personals, I forgot I can't remember their name. But I have a photo of us right there.
Okay.
Shout outs to you. Shout outs for always staying tuned to JoyNews and Joy Prime Brace. That's on the Cape Coast Accreditation stretch. I met them. Okay. So wherever they are, shout outs to them. But Ghana boys are in New York. They are in America. I'm talking about Sarkodie and Stonebwoy. First of all, let's talk about Sarkodie because he has taken his ongoing Jams World Tour to a new height with a remarkable debut concert held at the iconic Town Hall in New York City on the July 15th this year. The resounding success of his first concert in New York has left fans elated and eagerly anticipating his upcoming performances. Sarkodie's debut concert at Town Hall in New York City was nothing short of spectacular. The renowned venue, known for its rich musical history, provided an exquisite backdrop for the electrifying performances. Well, yeah, Sarkodie, but let's also throw a spotlight on Stonebwoy, the BIM Nation president, because he kicked off his highly anticipated Fifth Dimension North America and Canada tour with an electrifying performance at the Bayfront Reggae and World Music Festival at the weekend. The renowned Ghanaian singer-songwriter set the stage ablaze in Minnesota, captivating fans with a signature blend of infectious energy, soulful vocals, and a heartfelt connection that defines his remarkable artistry, described as an unforgettable spectacle that marked a pivotal moment on his much-anticipated tour. The Bayfront Reggae and World Music Festival show marked the official beginning of Stonebwoy's extensive world tour, aptly named after the trending album Fifth Dimension.
He's so good. Oh my God.
I don't know. Give me your love. What they say. Give them. You're in the spirit. Let's wish legendary boxer Azumah Nelson a happy birthday. 5 years ago, I had a conversation with him about his favorite music, his favorite food, his favorite movies. Check this out.
You sound like you follow music a lot here in Ghana. Okay, on top of your head, can you mention, some of these musicians that you can, or you want me to mention them for you?
So you I listen to them on the telly,
yeah.
So and the radio, yes. So I know a couple of them too personally,
Manifest.
First, the father is my friend.
Okay.
This like Amachi
Dede.
What's the name? Dada Lumba,
yeah.
What is the name? The one who made this song.
Which one?
If I have the wings, I'll fly.
R. Kelly?
No.
Here in Ghana, Celine Dion, I've got wings to fly.
It's a Ghanaian. Oh. It's a Ghanaian. Why should I forget this man?
Oh, it's a man. If I got the wings, I'll fly.
He always wears glasses. I don't want us to see his face.
Who could that be? Yeah, one of the greatest musicians of all time. Who do you think can play you better in a movie here in Ghana? You're not sure? Or maybe
the name.
The names.
Yes.
Okay. On top of my head, I don't want to be biased, but I just want. Okay, few of them: Majid Michel. There's John Dumelo. There's.
Most of them.
So, who do you think could play your role better, Azumah Nelson's life better, in a documentary or something?
Sometimes when I have to answer something like this, it becomes difficult for me because all that I want people to ask me is boxing because I that's what I did and I know how to do it too well.
I wanted to ask you what your favorite food is.
I eat everything, but I like banku and okra because I don't like something they chew too much.
Okay, banku and okra soup. So if you had a favorite song, I would have been playing it by now, but you seem to have a lot of people that you admire. Pick a song so that we can play it too.
I always praise God.
Okay.
We praise thy name, oh Lord.
We praise thy name.
We praise thy name, oh Lord. We praise thy name, oh Lord. We praise thy name, oh Lord. because then where God took me and where He has
brought me,
you know.
He deserves all the praise.
He alone.
And on the note of celebrating the legendary Azumah Nelson, we wrap the bulletin for you. There's more news on myjoyonline.com. Up next is Prime Business with Pius Kojobaka. Good evening.
Investment Limited.
The magic is in the design.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
The business segment is brought to you by
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
For your QR code. It's time you switch to Bell Pack today.
Hello, great evening to you. Warm welcome to Prime Business with me, Pius Kojobaka. To our very first story, government is set to roll out fresh policy measures that will place some restrictions on rice and chicken imports in the coming months. Joy Business is learning that details could be rolled out in the mid-year budget review. But what has influenced this, and can the economy handle this policy move? More in this report.
Government, through the Trade Ministry, has been engaging some players in the industry about this move and making some justification for this program. Based on what we have picked up, this is part of broader import regulation bill that will be captured under a fresh legislative instrument that is already being prepared for consideration by Parliament. When passed, it will target rice, frozen chicken, and also fruit juice as well. The proposal now is to restrict rice importation by some 40%. This will allow local farmers and other firms in the country to take up the remaining 60%. Sources say the policy may take off this year, as details will be captured in a mid-year review. Well, even before this policy takes off, some industry players are raising concerns about how government is planning to implement the program. Some of them are also raising some concerns about the supposed local firms that are being taxed to supply the rice locally. Some have also maintained that the local market has not got the capacity to supply the remaining 60% of rice demand for the country. They are even warning that the policy could result in hikes in prices of rice and frozen chicken.
Some players in the grain business as well as the commodity trading sector have raised concerns about the policy. They maintained that the economy is not ready for these import restrictions. John Awuni is a trader in the commodity trading business.
I see the plan of the government to introduce restrictions in rice and chicken imports into the country as totally ill-timed, wrong, and unwarranted. As a researcher and one who has deeply been involved in the rice sector for well over 2 decades, I don't see pillars laid by the previous government nor this current government to warrant this action overnight. I see from the policy document of the government a complete business plan put together by 1 or 2 people for the benefit of a few at the expense of the ordinary Ghanaian. Indeed, let no one be deceived that this action is nationalistic and for that matter good. Currently, a bed of about 1.2 kilos is about 120 cedis, and this can hardly satisfy a family of about 6. The quest of the government to create the quota system for rice and chicken imports is a recipe for complete corruption, daylight robbery. Who does the allocation? And what is the person's interest against the collective interests of the nation? Players in the poultry sector are still filled with memories of happiness when we took same route in President Mahamad's era. Quotas have never served the interests of any nation besides the individual interest. What we are going to see with the introduction of the quota system for rice and poultry imports is a sharp rise in the prices of these products, not because they will be sold in the market, but because players will pass the cost of bribes paid to those who will be granting these quotas to the consumer. So for those Ghanaians who are about to celebrate this policy, calling it very good and nationalistic, be prepared, be ready to pay more for rice and chicken than you are currently doing.
Moving on to some other stories, about 850,000 Ghanaians have been pushed into poverty as a result of inflation over the past 2 years. Statistics captured by the World Bank revealed that high inflation and low growth have had a toll on the vulnerable segments of the population. According to the Bretton Woods institution, food insecurity worsened by the last quarter of 2022 when inflation was at its peak. Now, to this end, economist Dr. Priscilla Chumesi Bafwo is calling on government to design a well-targeted social investment policy in agriculture to protect the poor from inflation. She spoke at the 7th Ghana Economic Update, which was held under the theme, Price Surge, Unraveling Inflation's Toll on Poverty and Food Security. According to the World Bank Group's 7th Ghana Economic Update, inflation in 2022 pushed 850,000 individuals into poverty while contributing to putting nearly a quarter of all households at stressed levels of food insecurity and roughly 823,000 people at crisis or emergency levels of food insecurity. According to the Bretton Woods institution, it is unclear when the global pressure on prices will fall, and thus it is primarily incumbent upon the government of Ghana to take measures to protect the poorest and vulnerable who have been heavily impacted from inflation. Economist with the World Bank, Kwabena Jan Kwache, described the issue as worrying.
It's quite worrying because government has been working hard to actually bring people out of poverty. So such a news should be something that should be a concern for all. But of course, we know that there are efforts that government has been making already. For example, if you remember in the presentation we said that government had already doubled LEAP benefits. So that's one way that, for example, the government is, and there are many more social protection programs that the government is actually putting up to be able to bring people out of the poverty.
In a bid to mitigate the impact of inflation on food security, Kwabena Kwachi said policymakers must enable farmers to adjust to global demand and take advantage of market opportunities. He further urged government to take rapid measures to protect the most vulnerable, particularly since inflation in 2023 could be higher.
When it comes to food security, food insecurity, we have to beef up the agricultural sector because that's really how prices can impact prices as far as food is concerned. So that's one way of doing that. And in doing that, we have to empower farmers to be able to react to the global issues. And in reacting to global issues fast enough, definitely food prices will come down and therefore impact on the affordability. And then the poor can actually get the right amount of nutrition to be able to survive.
Speaking to Joy Business on the issue, economist Dr. Priscilla Chumesi Bafwo called on government to design a well-targeted social investment policy in agriculture to protect the poor from inflation.
The fact that food prices still constitute significantly to the headline inflation is an indicator for us to look at policies that are addressing issues in the agricultural sector towards food production, because if those policies are working, then essentially food prices would be reasonable and then inflation can be curtailed. And for me, the issue that sticks out is the fact that the high cost of fertilizer is translating directly into the cost of food. And as a country, I think that we should look at alternatives of domestic production of fertilizer, and so that we can wean ourselves off the dependence on import of these things that have a direct impact on the prices of goods and services in our country.
Still on food matters, the Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana is asking government to urgently outline strategies to tackle the potential food insecurity in Ghana following Russia's missiles attack on Ukraine's Black Sea coast. According to the Chamber, if urgent steps are not taken, there could be a shortage of cereal and grains among developing economies like Ghana. Already, the World Trade Organization has warned of a global shortage as a result of the development. Reacting to the issue, Chief Executive Officer of the Chamber, Anthony Morrison, called for pragmatic measures to avert any food shortage.
For instance, already the poultry sector is struggling, and we also do know that when issues of this nature happen, for instance, we do see a lot of transhuman livestock movement between Nigeria, Mali, Cameroon, Ghana, with regard to this ban, that will have some impact. With regards to what is going on in Ukraine, we have a lot of feed additives coming from Ukraine for the aquaculture, the livestock sector. So the likes of lysine, methionine, potassium are all coming through the Black Sea port, through Turkey, into Ghana, or into the West Africa sub-region. So we should obviously expect some challenges in the areas of poultry production and aquaculture. Already, we import billions of dollars of frozen chicken and also some fish into the country. Ghana is about the 10th largest consumer of fish in Africa, and I think that this brings to the fact that we need to solve some critical problems in the country, especially issues of galamsey that are destroying water bodies. So there's a lot to be done in this case, and I think we'll have to take some very critical measures to forestall any challenges to our food security.
Away from food matters, let's talk banking now. And Managing Director of Republic Bank Ghana PLC, Benjamin Jubuku, has expressed optimism of the bank's banking bouncing back after shocks from the domestic debt exchange program. This is coming after the bank recorded a loss of 22.69 million cedis in 2022. According to him, the current measures put together by the Bank of Ghana to stem further deterioration within the space would support banks in the coming months. He was speaking at the annual general meeting of the bank.
In spite of the many challenges, the bank maintained a strong balance sheet as it witnessed a 20% year-on-year growth in assets, from 4.25 billion cedis in 2021 to 5.10 billion cedis in 2022. This was due to growth in loans and advances, which was funded by the deposit growth. Managing Director Benjamin Joboku said his outfit is putting up structures for more growth in other areas.
We have a policy, and that policy is 40-60. Therefore, had it not because of the DDAP, if you look at the annual statement, the provision that we made as a result of the DDAP was about 167 million. And would have made a lot of profit for 2022. So that actually affected our inability to pay the dividend that we're supposed to pay to our shareholders. And we believe that 2024, 2025, we should pay dividend to our shareholders.
The non-performing loans ratio of the bank also increased to 19% from 15%. Meanwhile, Mr. Joboku explained that this was as a result of an expansion in the NPL portfolio. He expects the non-performing loans ratio to come down by the close of the year.
You know, if you look at the economic fundamentals for 2022, inflation increased to about 54%. And then the exchange rate volatility. We had some exposures in foreign currency. And because of the volatility, we decided to convert most of this foreign currency loan into CDs. So that actually affected our non-performing loan, increasing to about 19%. But if you look at what we published for the first quarter and the second quarter, you realize that those decisions that we took is yielding for us. And we believe by December, the non-performing loan ratio will have come down drastically.
For the year 2022, the bank recorded 324 million Ghana cedis in operating expenses. James Echen's reports for Joy Business.
With Ghana's economy seeing an exponential dip in recent times, there have been calls to develop strategic policies in supporting the patronage of green businesses and their products in the country. Ashanti Regional Director at the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Mahmouda Mosman, believes the optimization and patronage of environmentally sustainable enterprises could shore up the sinking economy. He says the continuous dependence on imported goods would not only throw the country into economic difficulties, but also threaten national security. There is more in this report.
Speaking at the SNV Green Regional Trade Show held in Kumasi, Ashanti Regional Director of Trade, Mahmouda Osman, noted the essence of embracing a green and circular economy through industrialization.
Under the Green Project, I have witnessed entrepreneurs come out with very attractive and useful products from waste. Some are producing raincoats, laptop bags, etc. from waste sachet wrappers. Production of reusable sanitary pads, fertilizer from cocoa husk, charcoal briquettes, organic compost, among others. Global economy is sinking for various reasons. One major factor that makes Ghana's economy to struggle is lack of adequate industrialization, making us dependent on imports.
The three-day exhibition and dialogue held under the theme Sustainable Trade Investments, the Future for the Ghanaian Economy, was in partnership with the Ministry of Trade and Industry, GIZ Ghana, Association of Ghana Industries, and Ghana Enterprises Agency. The trade show brought together over 50 green businesses from SNV's Green Incubation and Acceleration Program in the region who showcased their products and services. Project Manager of the Green Project at SNV Ghana, Lowali Sada, indicated that support to green businesses in the country warrants a sustainable and environmentally friendly future.
The trade show is just opportunity that are given to very relevant SMEs that are being supported through incubation and acceleration to just be exposed to a larger market to get network, to expand ideas and business, and of course, above all, to improve the sales of the products that are green products. So the trade show is one of the key activities that really support to improve the strongness, the quality, and the greenness of the SMEs.
The Association of Ghana Industries reiterated commitment to supporting businesses, calling on the citizenry to protect the environment through patronage of renewable businesses. Thomas Apam Atibila is the Ashanti and Bono Ahafo Regional Manager of AGI.
In AGI, since we partnered SNB for the promotion of green activities, we have been sensitizing our members to incorporate sustainable activities in their operations. So now, if you visit any AGI campaign, you can see the way we do our operations differently, because we have in mind our customers and our neighbors.
Some green exhibitors at the trade show who spoke to Lab Business says the event has attracted to them potential buyers.
With the help of SMV, we are able to increase our production. Now SMV supported me with some amount for me to construct my warehouse, and then they have given me a chance also to have a market penetration. So as we can see here, it's through SMV that a lot of people have come to know about this product that we have.
For JoyNews, my name is Emmanuel Brightsquick.
As part of its quest to support the construction sector, Tanink Group Ghana has launched its Dongfeng trucks. According to its head of sales, Rebecca Ofori Aye, the move is also to provide consumers durable products that will stand the test of time. Speaking to Joy Business at the unveiling event, she said the construction industry needs a reform.
Target audience for these trucks are road construction, other construction companies like the real estates. And then with the light duty trucks, we are